Skylines 2. It did have an update about a day or two ago. I haven't played this game since relatively early in its release, because City Skylines did have a very, very rocky... Oh, sorry, City Skylines 2 had a very, very rocky release. Lots of problems, simulation not working right, crashes, performance issues. It was one of the more bad releases we've seen from a company that released like an indie darling, and then their second game just kind of stumbled. We've had worse. Kerbal Space Program 2 does exist in the universe, but it definitely is one of those things that it had a rough ride. And it stayed in a rough place for a long time, but they've been churning out a lot of really fast updates since the new developers took over, and I've been hearing a lot of really good things, like people who definitely were like giving the game very, very negative reviews, being like, okay, I'd actually recommend it now. It's not going to move the sun and the stars, but I'd recommend it. They still do have the Paradox mod thing, so you don't go through the Steam Workshop. I'm okay with this. I don't love it. I'd rather it be on the store. I do have for this run some mods loaded. So I've got, this is just one that allows me to still get achievements. I really despise games that are single player that make it so you can get non-functional mods and they disable achievements anyways, because it is pretty upsetting for me. I've got a bunch of these. These are just asset pack kind of things so that you have more variety in your buildings. These are just maps. They don't give you any edge. And I genuinely don't remember what traffic is. But you can see here, like, functionally... What are you? Oh, this is, what was the mod? Yeah, TMPE from City Skylines 1. Because City Skylines, they don't give you the control over that. But I could do stuff like, for example, make this lane go through, this lane is right only, and that lane is right only. City Skylines 1, or City Skylines by default, you can't do that. I may not end up using that, but there are times that you can fix really awful traffic by just fixing lane priorities and doing lane math and all that. But yeah, so basically the idea is we do have mods. It's almost entirely just packs, that one thing, and then I am planning on doing one of those new maps. So we are going to go ahead and start a brand new game. So this is different from when I last played, and I did tinker a little bit off stream beforehand, that I can't remember if they even had different difficulty modes when the game first came out. It's been too long. But you've got the easy mode, where it gives you $2 million. You get way bigger payouts that are one-time payouts for each time you hit a new objective, a new milestone. More loans. There's no upkeep to the map tiles. Refunding and moving buildings are very cheap to free. Hey, happy anniversary, Bassett. Congratulations on your 3 years. They have government subsidies enabled. I actually don't remember what that does in this game mechanically. I imagine it just gives you money. You get faster tech. Lower pollution and upkeep. It's just the easier one. This is one that's more suited if you're not looking for any kind of like depth challenge and whatever in the game. You kind of just want to make your pretty city, have your little diorama, but it does have some game mechanics. That's what this one's for. And then normal, which is like the actual, like, the game doesn't just hand you the win. I understand, actually, from what I've been told, the game is actually in a much, much easier state than when it released now, partially because things are actually working, but partially because the changes they've made have made it easier. So all the stuff have their base values, no subsidies allowed, and all that. There's not a whole lot there. I would say the biggest thing for your game impact is this progressive map tile upkeep. For those who don't know, in City Skylines 2, you start normally with, I think it's 9 tiles of like 200 and something tiles per map. And you can keep buying tiles till like you take over almost all of that. But the catch is, each additional tile you buy, you effectively have to make a certain amount of money to pay it. That's effectively a tax on that land. And it's manageable, but it does get increasing, so it's harder that you can't just like build wide and go out forever. You eventually reach the point that the cost of the tile will exceed the money you make from that tile, so effectively expanding hurts you. So you have to kind of slowly work in building yourself up. We're going to go ahead and choose normal, though, because I want that. Now, you've got all your base things, and I have a lot, but not all of the DLC. So you've got some of these ones. All these ones with the icons in the corner our DLC ones. So you've got like, this verdant area, you've got these mountainous maps, all these kind of things. And I know when we last played, I did stuff like the Mountain Village, and I think we did the Great Highlands. I generally went after the maps that had like a lot of verticality because to me that kind of spiced up a lot of your building. In this case, we are going to be doing something a little different. I am going to be doing a custom map because I was like, okay, one of the things I did historically a lot in City Skylines 1 was I would try to develop realistic cities. For those who don't know, I used to work city government. I wasn't like a city planner or anything like that, but I used to work like city government and is involved in a lot of that and having, not having to, but by proxy, learning a bunch of logistics of why certain things are done. And Florida has a very atypical design in how we have to build because we're on a peninsula that doesn't retain water hardly at all. So weirdly, while it is constantly and perpetually flooding, if we're not careful, we also end up in a constant drought. So we have to retain water everywhere. So everywhere you look, there's retention ponds and ditches and all that to keep water. But it's a very different style of building where it's not unique. There are other places. But I was looking through the maps, and there's this one that's like old Florida that this modder made, that was like southeast Florida that looked like really cool. This one, my understanding is the Cohibe Bay. Yeah, it's not literally Tampa Bay, Florida, which is central west coast, but it's real close. But interestingly enough, this is actually the same person who made all three of these maps. I checked out a ton of them, and some of them didn't work and all that. They made a historic version. So if you look at this one, it's got some basic roads to set up like you're used to seeing when you start a brand new map. Same with this one, you have like, this would be US 1 going up here, and then the railway that follows along it. It could be 995, but US 1 going along, because this would be the East Coast, it'd go down to the Keys where US 1 ends. But they made this one as just one connection, and it's just nature. So that's the one we're going to go with. So with that, we can name that. I am going to have natural disasters on. We aren't going to do anything like unlimited money or unlock all the tiles or anything like that. You're not going to worry about the tutorial thing. All right, and as you can see on the game modes, there is just easy and normal. There isn't a hard one. I'd actually like to see them add a hard one, but we'll see. You can change your theming between European and North American, because I do actually have where I have like the different art packs and all that. This is not necessarily as important. It'll affect some stuff like what the streetlights look like, but broadly speaking, the buildings are the thing you notice the most, and I can put everything from like Dutch buildings to Japanese buildings and all that. We don't necessarily have to name the city right now, because you can change the name as you go. So we're just going to call it unincorporated for the time, and we'll go ahead and get that started. But yeah, as I mentioned, there is an upkeep on the individual tiles. Yeah, so looking at our map, as you can see, I've got my one road in and a railway in. There is, if we look at the infrastructure, there is power lines underneath it, and there is water lines underneath it. So you could import, export. But if we look at this, this is a map designed to look like the Tampa Bay area of Florida. So this would be Tampa Bay. Granted, they've given it a fictional name and all that, but they've got a bunch of these little rivers that go through. It's had some changes made to it for practicality of cities. But like we got we got this swampy wetlands where there's all the trees and the water. We got these little peninsulas, we got your barrier islands, all that kind of stuff. It's a very interesting area. And for those who don't know, actually, I believe it's south. In real life, if you go south of Tampa Bay down this area, there's actually a Greek town that it was a bunch of people who immigrated from Greece, and it's like got nothing but Greek architecture and all that kind of stuff. It's really cool. But yeah, so with that said, with City Skylines, the first thing we're going to need to do is set up our basic infrastructure. So with that, the big things we definitely need to make sure we have is I need a place for my sewage to go. So there's our poo water out. And we're going to need a place to bring water in. And we're going to make sure these aren't nearby each other. I'm checking to see because there's a lot of stuff here I'm not familiar with. So those are all water towers of different styles. That's a groundwater pumping area? Oh, okay. So we could just pump groundwater. So the groundwater pumping is 40,000, but the water pump is 25,000. So we're going to go and put this over here. And the reason I'm doing that is the bay is over there. So that's going to be the water going out. The arrows aren't really moving much because it's very shallow, but as we go along, we should be able to get that all sorted. That should draw the water up and out into the bay, because the water source should be over this way, if the map's done correctly. And if not, we'll have an interesting time where we start drinking poo water. And people seem to be mildly unenthusiastic about the consumption of poo water. Naples? I don't know the exact area this is supposed to be, but it is roughly like the Tampa Bay area. I mean, it is Florida. So low-key, Florida's got a lot of problems, but we don't tend to have a lot of problems with sewage. Oh, actually, I take that back. That's not true. No, that's not true. Like, I know Indian River used to have that problem. All right, let's adjust this radio volume because it is blasting. There. Change the radio. All right, so all I did is I put a quick little road here, and then we've got the sewage out and the water in. None of that's hooked up to power. We will be able to put power under the road. Now, there's a lot of argument to be made about like making sure you get better roads earlier on. I'm going to go with the fact that this is supposed to be kind of like historic Florida. Thing of the follow. Welcome to stream. So before we start going and, you know, getting ourselves all these fancy roads and all that, we're just going to take this gravel road here. And just going to go ahead and plunk her on there. So that connects power and all of that. Now, there's a lot of cool things we could do here. So I can actually go in here and say, hey, man, you don't have zoning. So you can actually delete the zoning off this. Since this is going to be my main drag into town, I'm going to tell it that you're not going to put buildings on this gravel road. And the reason I'm doing this is so later on when I go to make this road higher capacity and that kind of thing, I'm not running into absolute pain trying to reroute everything. Now this road over here, I'm down to keep all that. The actual bay for your area of the panhandle used to be visible from high up. Nothing but poo water. Gotcha. Alright, and there's lots of upgrades you could do to the roads. Like, it don't have them unlocked, but you could get bike paths and all sorts of stuff. You need your country store along the entry road. Now, looking at what I've got to work with, I've got the river up here. The river that we're going to be dumping sewage in and pulling our fresh water supply in. So I don't think we're going to develop much there. That's probably going to be more of our industrial... Actually, before I say that, where's the wind? Ah, that sucks. Okay, so the wind's blowing... I mean, that makes sense. The wind's blowing from the waterfront down this way. Huh. Because the two places I was thinking about building up from is building up around here, but the sewage will be a problem on that end. I could build my industrial area over here. That way the wind isn't drawing stuff in. I think that'll be our answer. It also put it right by the main drag coming in so that we could avoid having the traffic go into our town. So I think I've talked myself into this will be our industrial park over here on the right. As far as where we're living, honestly, I'm going to put them by this lake. Because, you know, lakefront property, blah, blah, blah. So let's grab our gravel roads again. So, like all good things, we're going to start with a roundabout. We just need to decide what style roundabout we're doing. Because I'm thinking we bridge over here to this lake. I'll have a road that kind of roughly goes around the lake so you can put a bunch of properties over there. So we have a floral pattern here. Diagonal arrows. Sort of a water mosaic. I hate it. A bush on a concrete cone. A bush on a concrete platform. A tree on a concrete platform. Bush on a concrete platform. A tree and like a brick planter. I think of these ones, I'm doing the tree on the brick planter. That feels more like old school versus all the other to be more modern. Okay, so what we're gonna do from here is I'm gonna grab this. Probably make a straight shot. It's weird that's not letting me center that, but that's okay. Okay, so just a little space here. Let's see, the brick matches the road too? Yeah. And we're definitely going to end up upgrading that road pretty early on. Because, shocker, gravel road, not the greatest for any kind of throughput. Oh, you don't hear the game. My apologies. I've been sitting here just blasting the music and all that and thinking you're all hearing it. Give me 2 seconds, I'll get you sorted. There, you should be able to hear the game now. Thank you for letting me know. I would have gone the whole stream without realizing that. And I'm usually good about checking those things. Alright, Passette, you have a good one. And so all I'm trying to do right now is just make a road that roughly follows the shoreline. A terrible job at this. Let's back that up. And back to this spot. It's a very typical thing you'll see almost everywhere in the world. If there's a river or a shoreline or anything of that nature. Quite often you'll see the roads go there. So we basically have a road that loosely follows the shoreline. I'm going to go to a few places that look a little less great. Well, no, actually that's pretty okay. This spot's a little cursed. Let's go ahead and clean that up real fast. The way you clean it up is you can just take 2 of those spots that I don't think work very well. That's gonna be... Should've left it alone. Okay. It's okay we have a couple places where it gets a little farther away from the shoreline than that. Yeah, so trick here is usually to get that lined up to where it meets the other one. Then connect them there. Hey, Angry Sugars, how's it going? And the other place that looks a little cursed is that spot. I think we'll live with that, though. Alright, so now the next step we're going to do is I'm going to go in here again. To where you have this thing where it removes the zoning on that. Well, take the zoning off of this thoroughfare. We don't want people getting caught up there. I do want them to go along this area, though. So this is going to be our first part we're going to develop on here. So now I do have a lot of the different styles here. So we have, like, there's the Chinese style buildings. We've got Germany. We've got urban promenades. Oh, the urban promenades. Okay. Yes, those are the promenades, all that. We've got Eastern European, French, Japanese, Northeast US, Netherlands, Southwest US, and the United Kingdom. So you've got all these different styles that we could build the buildings. None of these are going to match what you would find in this area of the world, because this is Southeast US. Honestly, of these, it'd probably be Northeast US would be the closest match. But we don't need to do that. I did notice from my experimenting before stream, there was the Dutch houses, that I tried building the medium density Dutch houses, and it's kind of weird the way they line up. I think they'll be good, but I'll have to, like, adjust my road designs on it. So we could have UK style housing. Oh, that's right. There is, if I remember correctly, and we look at this, I thought there was, like, waterfront housing. Oh, right. Yeah, so you've got low density waterfront housing, so I never did mess with the stuff around that. So let's do the waterfront housing and see how that is. Oh, and you can also switch to European style. So European also has low density housing. So let's go ahead and put a couple areas of waterfront housing here. A little bit more. Okay. And then for the sake of having kind of a little bit more close-up mixed zoning, we'll do North American waterfront low-density commercial. We could mix and match housing like Epcot. We could. Honestly, that could be a fun thing to do somewhere, is have, like, the big circle with the blocks going out and also... Let's see, so I was saying, what was the controversy about this second iteration of the game? The first was great. You hear it talk about the devs not being able to cut it anymore. Yeah, so basically when this game released, it was in a really, really bad shape. Like, it was one of the worst releases we've had from someone who had successfully released an indie darling before. That was the first City Skylines. And we don't really know, like, did the devs bite off more than they could chew? Like, what exactly happened? I'm also gonna put a roundabout there. And there. But, so, we don't really have a clear, like, what happened. Because it wasn't just, you know, the publisher shoved it out the door earlier. That might have been true. But, like, even a long period after the game released, it was still in pretty bad shape. So, it's just kind of one of those things of going, okay, but no, really, what happened? Hard to imagine Paradox didn't... Yeah, no, the early release being rushed, that was the initial thing, was like, oh, Paradox had pushed them through, and that's probably true. But then, you know, like, a year later, the game was still in a really rough place, and there's a certain point where you go, well, that's the devs at that point, like, you know, what happened there? That's interesting, so we click on that.
Cold showers, can you say endorphin rush?
Interesting.
What?
Apparently it's like
Okay, one second.
Movie, but for your body. Like you think you're about to die or something, but
Turn those ads off.
It's fine.
Unless they push them to basically publish an alpha. Is it good now, though? Yeah, that's what we're working on figuring out. I've heard a lot of good things. Have they worked on optimization? Yeah, that's kind of what was the big thing, is it seemed like there was, like, no progress happening for a long time, and then basically Paradox was like, okay, Colossal Order's out. And, you know, they did the whole, like, corporate PR thing, being like, you know, we've amicably parted ways, yada yada. But the reading between the lines is that, you know, Colossal Order, the developers got the boot, and they handed it off to someone else. And at the time that happened, I was very openly very skeptical. That I was like, usually this is a very bad sign. But since then, they have been churning out update after update after update. And from what I've been hearing, it's actually been very good for the game, which then leads you to go, okay, did Colossal Order bite off more than they could chew? Did they have infighting? Did, like, why have we seen this whole thing? Yeah, I'm led to believe the same thing, as I think the original devs bit off more they could chew, and that despite running into problems, they're trying to be unwilling to pivot / compromise on the decisions they were making. And so as a result of that, they kind of got stuck in their own way. But that is going entirely on guesswork. We have nothing to prove it. What I'm trying to decide right now is that I'm going to be moving an industrial area over here. I'm trying to decide on how I want to do the roadways on this side. Because if we were going to, like, grid it out, that's probably where that would happen. It's more like your industrial park type area. And so I'm kind of debating that. You remember they trusted Unity to add a major feature in time, and Unity didn't get, they didn't, and they had to make it themselves? Right, and because it was something that's kind of bolted on top of what Unity would have done, that, you know, they weren't as, you know, quote-unquote close to the metal. How far was that? I can't see it that way. We'll eyeball it. Okay. We can go here. And just like we're doing before, I'm going to remove the zoning off of the main road going in, because you don't want people, like, these main roads going in, this gets into, like, road planning, all that kind of stuff. When you have thoroughfares that are leading into other intersections, you want to have areas that don't have people turning off. I don't want people pulling into areas and pulling out of here on an area close by 2 intersections. Whereas when we're off on these, like, feeder roads off to the sides, that's where, you know, they have to be somewhere. That's a good place for them to be. So what we can do over here is I've got all these gravel roads. So we need to have some amount of industry. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and plunk a bunch of industry down here. So with that wind, it should carry it where it's not affecting our population. Is it going in the first game? Yeah, no, that's the thing. From what I've been hearing, and part of the reason we're revisiting, is of the people I know who played the first one and were like, it's really in a rough place. A lot of them have come back to this one recently and been like, you know, it's in a much better place now. Okay, so we've got our bunch of wind turbines. So we've got a really tiny one here that produces up to 2 megawatts. This one produces 4 for a little over twice the price. And this one produces up to 6 for over 3 times the price. Let's see, do you need to remove the zoning in the little middle intersections for the gravel road for instance? We don't need to. I'm just doing it so I don't accidentally do that. And plus it'll have like weird conflicts here where it'll assign the zoning here. So if I paint it there, I have less space available. Not sure if it needs to be widened at some point. Yeah, that's part of the reason I am leaving these open so we can upgrade these. Like this part here will just shove some of the buildings aside, so I'm not too fussed. But we will definitely need to upgrade a lot of these roads over time to accommodate more traffic. Okay, so these are all just substations. They don't make power. They like upstage and downstage power, because that is one thing that City Skylines 2 added, is that the power lines have a maximum capacity. So your little tiny lines can only handle 80 megawatts, or your bigger ones can handle 400. So you end up using these substations and all that to split off your power, like going, here's 80 going that way, and then 400 going this way, and all that kind of stuff. The wind turbines... Yeah, so the wind turbines are mostly linear on their cost. We could also get a small coal power plant, but the small coal power plant, so it costs 5,000 to 15,000 to run per month, whereas these cost 5,000. Now the catch is this can only produce, sorry, this one costs 2,500. Yeah, so this at a minimum costs twice as much, but would produce not quite 10 or 5 times the power at its higher end. There is a significantly higher upkeep. It also does create ground and air pollution, and it requires shipping. So there's definitely things to be going here. The things I'm curious about... Yeah, so they are very linear. If we get, like, the max charge... Okay, so this would give us the max possible power. We're gonna plunk you there. We're gonna switch to underground and plug it into the grid. So there's our power. Our sewage is up here. And then we have our water intake over there. So we technically should have all the very, very bare minimums for what we can do. We can also go over here and do some of this zoning. I'll worry about that once we get to the next step, because if I don't actually remember where the screen is, I might not have access to it. But there's a screen that'll show, like, hey, here's how much your city is importing so far as wheat and poultry and all these kind of things. And I generally found the last time I played that kind of the approach I want to have is to look at that screen, see what we're importing the most, and then build that industry there if I have the available resources to do it. So we're officially on pause. We're getting everything going. So if we're looking at our roads, we've got Broad Lane that goes into town. We've got Manor Lane that is our connector. Our industrial is Thumbury and Eastgate. That actually does sound a thing. And Hamilton is a residential area. And then our Hazelwood is our infrastructure over here on the end. I like the idea. We've got this town. It's gravel road. It's like historic Florida. And we got a big modern wind turbine for just a little bit of interesting, not dichotomy, but like unexpected twists. Is this a Florida-themed city or map? It's a little bit of both. Right now, it's a Florida-themed map, but we will be putting other architecture in here to like mix it up or whatever. You know, have a little bit of variety, because otherwise, if I'm using just the same buildings all the time, it'll get kind of tiresome and very samey. Yeah, let's go ahead and we can bump the speed to 2. That is one thing that just ends up happening with streaming. I can't leave it really going. The city is incredibly noisy. You can't hear yourself think. Well, that's because your house, you're standing in a construction yard. I was about to say, like, noisy? What are you talking about? This is a very, very lazy little town. You've got a bunch of houses of incredibly low density surrounding a lake. One windmill off in the distance, and a little industrial park. The trees are so loud. Oh yeah, that's fair. Now, if we look at this, right now our population is, you know, at rapid increase, which makes sense. No one lived here before. And that we are in a downward trend on money, which isn't surprising because we're very low pop. We got our residents moving into town, driving their muscle car. I saw it go on 2 wheels. You don't fool me. And congratulations, they're home. So they have a household wealth of poor. They're renting at $21 a month with an upkeep of $3 a month, and they're paying $6 in fee. They also apparently have an SUV and a camper van. Poor, by the way. One of the interesting things, you can actually change the palette on the houses now, so you can just paint anyone. 21 a month, where do I sign up? I know, right? Considering their rent is $21 a month and their income is $1,900 a month, that would imply their rent is just a little bit over 1% of their monthly income. Huh. I wish. And yet the house wealth is poor. I know, right? If that's poor in this economy, what's wealth? Let's see, assume that considers current real-world issues, war, economy, oil trade, and dodgy politics, cost of living crisis, birth rates also. Might be cool. Rely too much on one thing. How are they poor with that rent price? I know, right? But yeah, so we got our houses being built. So yeah, this is one of the reasons why ultimately we are going to use different zoning, because you'll notice all these waterfront properties, which I don't know what makes these waterfront properties so far as design. You'll notice it's like the same basic architecture with like this one's got a solar panel, that one's got a radio station, there's a couple of pergolas. They almost all have this thing in the back corner. So it is a thing, there isn't a huge variance in the different styles of ones. I also find it weird that every one of these waterfront properties has a swimming pool, except, oh no, you do as well. They all have their own swimming pools because, you know, where are they going to find water, I guess? Okay. So are you doing full vanilla or vanilla plus with assets? Used only vanilla, but start dabbling in the asset mats. I'm doing like a vanilla plus. All the asset packs I grabbed are official ones. So we do have ones where you can get like buildings that are like from the Netherlands or France or a bunch of different places. Right now these are American. Let's see, when you make $1,200 a month and spend 21 dent, you can afford a pool? Yes. It's a bit of pool versus all the cottonmouths and alligators. I mean, realistically, a lake like this, you're probably not finding water moccasins. Alligators are a maybe. Pea water or treated water? The pea water goes out here, and then we pump the water in from upstream.
Are you ready for another round of...
You don't know how it's in Florida, but here in Quebec, people will totally have a pool next to a lake. They do it here too. Alright. So with that, we need to build some things. So let's go into here and check out what we got. We don't have parking or any of that kind of stuff available. We have really limited options right now. Now, you have down here the zoning thing. One trick about zoning in City Skylines is right now this is telling us we've got demand for commercial and low-density residential. You'll almost always have demand for residential unless you've, like, massively overbuilt it. The one thing to be careful about is you're going to be tempted to always just do whatever's the highest demand, which isn't a terrible idea, but you can run into problems with that where you have like explosive growth, and that can cause you a problem where your population is kind of all in the same age group, so everyone's retiring at the same time or having kids at the same time, which can have these very wild swings to your economy. And I do see that we do have more buildings going there. Yeah, the death wave. I understand they've done a lot to iron out the death wave issue. But, yeah, historically, City Skylines always had the issue where everyone would get old at the same time. Why is that highlighting that as an overlapping building? That's weird. actually go about here. Nope, we are officially a tiny town. We're building an entire industrial area in one area and honking your traffic town. Yep. Yep, so we got a little bit, so they gave us 1 point to, like, get research. I'm allowed to buy 3 more tiles of land and $25,000. It will show you, okay, what's this? The Church Inn, once a village pub. It now serves in the suburbs as a country pub in the city. Perfect for locals to catch up and talk. The Heath Pub, an inner-city Victorian pub that locals relax and forget their troubles. The Fox Inn Pub, a local boozer that can sit in the heart of any community, a place for residents to go to have a nice drink. And a small petrol station. A local petrol station that has a 24-hour shop and quickly filling the tank with grabbing a snack before your journeys around town. Another pub, a Welsh pub, you can do, the Black Pig, is a modern suburban pub serving local area providing the relaxed friends. Those must be from the packs because that was a lot of pubs. But yeah, so as you can see, we got a higher loan limit. We can buy tiles. We now have access to the city budget mechanic. We can now access taxes. We can look at state statistics. We can get our services, our budget. We now have access to medium density housing. We can do industries of vegetable farms and coal mining. We do have a bunch of new roads and bridges. We now have access to healthcare and death care, so hospitals and cemeteries, which that's all that. We can now have the garbage management for landfills and all that. So we got a lot of new tech unlocked. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to finish this thought here. Okay, and little roundabout there. And a little roundabout here. And we're definitely going to need to expand a bunch of that. So before we get too far, let's make sure all of our zoning over here, where I just bust with that, I didn't break anything. It doesn't look like it. Okay. So you gave me a point for technology. So I've got 1 point I can use to unlock things. So I can get fancier roundabouts. I can get advanced road services, so traffic lights, roadside decorations. We can get an emergency battery station. That means if we ever dip below our, like we exceed our power grid, we get a little bit of leeway there. Can't do water treatment. We could get a crematorium, which allows you to process citizens, corpses without having to have graveyard spaces. So with the 1 point, I'm getting roundabouts. Because, I mean, why would you ever not get a roundabout? They got a bunch of fancier, bigger roads, cul-de-sacs, roundabouts. So now I could go in here if we want and get a massive asymmetrical roundabout. We get like a giant mosaic thing or diagonal patterns or that. Or just this giant scoop thing that has like a little bush in the middle of it. One little tree and all of this nonsense. It's just street signs and all that. Very large barricade with a little hedge and all that there. Yeah, I think for ours, we're just going to get a really big roundabout right there for the center of town. It'll be full of trees. We're going to call it on that one. What else did we get? So we got a bunch of these commercial buildings we can get. Which, interestingly, do you even have an upkeep? Is there a reason I wouldn't build you? I'll deal with that in a minute. So we've got our clinics. Now, I probably don't need much in the way of the medical care yet. So what we'll probably want to do is put our medical care and all that in a place that won't be as susceptible to traffic. Now, my choices are, I could put it somewhere on this main drag so it can jump on and off very easily. That has pros and cons. One of the cons that means you will always be putting them on these roads to get to your other areas. At the same time, it is on the main drag, so as the city expands, they can get into what's effectively your highway the fastest. I think I am going to lean towards putting the medical and that kind of stuff probably up this way and going from there. So you've got a couple different ones. They have different prices and upkeeps. So the Netherlands one has slightly less ambulances, but is significantly cheaper to upkeep. Versus the US Southwest one is significantly higher upkeep, but has higher patient capacity. The Japanese one has a significant number more ambulances. The UK one weirdly has very, very little capacity for ambulances, but a ridiculously high capacity for patients. In this particular case, I'm going to go with the Netherlands one. We're a very small town right now. So the downside is if I put it on here, upgrading the road will be a little bit of a pain later. What I might do to mitigate that a little bit is let's go over here. Put another large loop here. And then what I'm going to do off of that, I'm going to go out just a little ways. So 109. Okay, so it says 105 is where it wants to lock. So 105. 105 at 90 degrees. Oh, that's going to be real bad, isn't it? I forgot building stuff in circles in this game doesn't work great. Because what I was going to do is make a, like a little medical loop or whatever over here. I think that's going to just wait. So for the time being, I don't want to grid out the whole place. We're going for the flow in a lot of ways here. There. They got like a little loop. You should grid it to make it more realistic in Florida. That depends on where you're in Florida. If you're in places like Deltona, it is absolutely a grid. But then if you go to a lot of the older places in Florida, they tend to be a lot more of very kind of looping and bending and all sorts of roads that twisted because they had to get around where water would settle and all that kind of stuff. So the grid versus not grid is very indicative of where you are in Florida. So let's go in here with this thing again. I'm going to go ahead and tell it to not put the zoning on that. That's all fine here. So let's go up here. We're going to have like a little medical loop for the time being. Plunky right there, and that should be fine. Okay, so there's that. Now we have cemeteries. We've got a UK parish cemetery. I don't know what that second symbol means, but that's fine. So your upkeep 11,000, 12,000, or 23,000. Yep, so a little tiny UK one is going to be kind of the more cost-effective. So with that, I have the ability to process dead bodies, as well as I have a place to do medical for people. We also have our landfill. No roundabout? You are correct. I did not remember the roundabout. This roundabout will be just a medium roundabout. There we go. Let's see. You think if you do a circle and then an outer circle, it helps? Could be wrong, though. Yeah, we can figure it out. If it ends up being a problem, we can sort out stuff. There's going to be a lot of adjustments as the city goes on, because one, I haven't played in a long time.
Which could be a bad thing, right, Rieta?
That's right, Calvin.
What are all these? So we can do so we can plant plants, bridges.
You're all wet.
And freezing. Not a good way to start the morning.
I know.
We
right?
can build
Oceans are
piers and quays.
I don't know, maybe they mean it's like radio waves.
You're listening to the
We can make
frequencies of
bike lanes and all that stuff along quays and bridges and all that. We can just create a concrete surface in general. Interesting. Put down a bunch of stuff like stones, benches and fountains and all sorts of nonsense, potted plants, greenhouses and all that. I think these are mostly just decorations. Vending machines. Yeah, I think these are decorations you can put down, just make your place look nice. We can put no parking stripes in the ground and all that, handicap spot decals. And that's all cool. It looks like that's mostly cosmetic stuff. Alright, so with that, we do need to do the landfill. So the landfill, you create ground and air pollution and noise pollution. Alright, so let's go ahead and we're going to put this off of the industrial park. Okay. So let's grab the landfill. The landfill has no business actually getting to be this big. But there we go. We've got our giant landfill. You should check out Saint Optimus and Prime Church mod. Unironically, one of the best assets of the store. Yeah, I haven't looked at anything. Alright, so we got that all going on. So next thing to check is we got all these like commercial unique buildings. Which are like a whole lot of pubs and a small petrol station. So the interesting thing here is we build a small petrol station. It implies it costs $0. It gives an attractiveness of 10. It improves the well-being of everyone around for 1,100 yards. Makes the commercial slightly more attractive citywide. And it reduces the import costs of, I assume, traffic citywide? That feels ridiculously powerful. So let's go ahead, we'll put the petrol station here. I don't really know what to do with that otherwise. Okay, so what else do we have? So we've got a bunch of bars. So conventional wisdom say I should spread these all out. But I'm kind of leaning on the idea of having like, you know, the party road or whatever. So just have your bar crawl neighborhood. That gave me a milestone by itself. Okay. So we got the Forta, a tea salon with beautiful terrace welcoming you every day for breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon treats. where you can sip on a variety of teas and other refreshing beverages while basking in the lovely atmosphere. Okay, so it's just one this time. So we got more loan limit, the production panel, more medium density housing is now available. We can do stuff with education. Looks like we got access to elementary schools and high schools. Okay, so we got elementary schools and all that stuff. So development-wise, I now have 2 points. So with my 2 points, I could go after unlocking the college, an incinerator for trash or a recycling center for trash, a hospital or crematorium, a water treatment plant, gas power or the other thing down there. I'm going to go with parking, because we're definitely needing to pave over Paradise and build a parking lot. Okay, so we got all our parking structures. We'll deal with that in a minute. Let's see, there is a neighborhood like that in your city next to university. It's always filled with drunk college students on Saturday nights and occasionally drunk middle-aged men for college football games. Yep. I have been to many places with that kind of thing. So we got all this medium density housing to look at. We'll deal with that in a minute. We got more industries going on. We'll probably want to get one of those industries up in not too long. But first, I have not built all of the things we can have here. Yeah, so we've got... I'm a little confused. Oh, that was the petrol station. Didn't I have one more bar? Oh, that is the other bar. Okay. So we've got our handful of bars all next to each other. This is definitely going to be a little bit of a commercial area. But we'll deal with that in a minute. I also have the tea salon. Do we have any of this commercial? Okay, so we got this area over here hasn't been developed yet, commercial. Actually, do I want to put the tea salon with the rest of it? Yeah, it keeps, like, the thing is it produces well-being for a little bit of a distance. Let's spread this out. We'll go ahead and tuck it in that little spot there. We'll have our little tea salon down there. Okay, so what else do we have? So we've got our availability of schools now. So we definitely need to build the school across from the bar. That's just the way it goes. That way you can drop off the kids and drop into the pub. Okay, so we've got a small elementary school. Honestly, the regular, like the urban and the small is only 100 student difference and dramatically different price. And these are all large and expensive. The northeast one, which is interesting that this one actually gives well-being and outdoor recreation. Freaking expensive though, but it does have a capacity of more than 3 times the other one. The German school, on the other hand, just laughs at your small little sad schools. It's 1,500 capacity. So you're 6,000 for 600. Okay, so the community elementary school is probably looking like our best call. What? Why would I accept this? It's one of the highest upkeeps for the Eastern European one, and one of the lowest student... I think that actually might be the lowest... Oh, that's a high school. Never mind, that explains it. I was like, why is it so expensive? Right, so where did the community school go? So I think for the community school, I'm just going to plunk it in on this loop. Not going to go and put it out on the main track or anything. We'll keep it in the residential area over here. So now we have a high school. So we have the Eastern European one. Very low student count. It still doesn't make sense. Oh, that's... It's weird that's going from high school down to elementary again. Okay, so 1,100 for 400 students. Yeah, the Northeast outdoor recreation 25. Okay, that actually has some compelling argument to it. Because, like, it adds well-being for a very long distance, but it's got incredibly high outdoor recreation. Its price is right up there with all the other ones, though the Netherlands one has a massively more higher capacity. Just kind of looking at what my other options are. You have a Mediterranean one, which is even more expensive, and there's nothing there. So it's kind of a choosing between the USA Northeast High School, which gives a well-being and a really, really big outdoor thing for $22,000 a month, or getting a small high school for half that cost, but half as many students. I think I'm gonna go with this one because this is a lot. Poof. You are a high school. I should have expected that. Thinking of German elementary schools, it reminds you of the fact that kids in America are in Germany that are always kinder. I've had that joke said a couple of times in the channel. Alright, so the question is, where do we want to shove this high school? I can fit it right here on this part of this lane, down the road from the bar. So we're definitely going to need to increase our student population to make that worthwhile. Now, we do have a demand for low-density housing. So right now we've got low-density waterfront housing as our only one, North American style. And I don't think we want to go medium density there. We could do UK low-density terraced housing for a little farther in.
Hey, Calvin!
Hey, Rietta!
Are you ready for another round of local trivia?
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I forgot we were doing that.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
Yeah, we'll be back, everybody.
Okay, so I'm putting all of this low-density housing over here. It's going to be kind of the just inside a little bit. We'll bring him around just this commercial zone. Oh, hell with it. We'll just go the whole way around. This is probably a mistake because this is exploding my population real fast. But I am worried I did take that pretty expensive high school. There's something that spawns a duplex. They fit well in small towns. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones. We'll probably put some medium density housing over here somewhere. We just got to be careful about putting too much going on at once. Yeah, there we go. So we have an outdoor area over here that's all paved. We've got ourselves basketball courts, tennis courts, parking, lots of parking. Okay, so one thing we probably want to do is we are going to want more parking in the game. This is a school, so we're going to have students trying to get here. So we're going to run a road along the side here. And we're going to choose our parking. So let's see. You have an upkeep of $600 a month for covered parking that handles how many? What is your capacity? What is your capacity? I need to know how many people can actually park here. You're 600. You have a comfort score, but you don't tell me what your capacity is. So it's 600 a month. And has some amount of capacity. Oh, weirdly enough, the bike storage has a population thing. Or a thing. Yeah, so those have a higher comfort. So what's your capacity? 48. And you can handle how many students? 800. Well, not all of them are going to be coming by this. Let's plunk down a few more of those, because I do remember that's one of the things in, say, Skylines 2, of needing a bunch of that stuff. So we've got regular parking here, and we've got a bunch of bicycle parking along the side. And we got our elementary school here, so let's do the same for the elementary students. Then go here. So I got a bunch of bicycle parking along the elementary school. Alright, let's go to our bars. What's your capacity? You don't seem to apply... Oh, you've got 10 spots. It doesn't seem to be implying that's got an upkeep cost, though. I think that's the one and done cost. Because everyone knows the answer is to have a whole lot of bars with bicycle parking. Okay. At least they aren't driving. I mean, to be fair, you are correct that by not driving, they're not endangering other people. But, they're definitely smashing their skulls in on the pavement. Okay, we've already become a large village. Where we can get a riverside grill with premium meat, subtly seasoned and cooked to perfection for unforgettable taste experience await you in this restaurant, where people can enjoy meals in an elegant setting. They good... We built the hospital then. No, we built the medical center. We definitely don't have an urgent care or anything like that. So we got fire and rescue, ore mining, so we got fire department, we've got police departments now. Alright, so where the heck are we at with all this? More unique buildings. So we got the Riverside Grill. Oh yeah, no, we're doing one of these. Riverside Grill directly across from the high school. That way, after every homecoming game, every one of those students spends what little money they have dumping it into that place. We're going to need to make sure there is available parking. You're still saying you got something new. And not, well, I mean... To be fair, well, it says Riverside, not Lakeside Grill. Those houses smell like fryer oil 24/7. You betcha. It's saying there's another one unlocked here. I think we just haven't clicked off of it. Okay, so we have more industry we can build. We need to get that going. Well, actually, wait. Okay. Let's check. Somewhere in here there's the resource chart. What we really need is a McDonald's for all those kids to hang out at. The grill will also be perfect for the theater kids' late night dinners during production week. Oh yeah. No, that's the thing. It's like very much like, no, genuinely, this is a thing that happens. Alright. when we have demand for commercial, we're going to put commercial back here. So we do have fire and all that. We're going to try and cheap out on our fire as much as we can. USA Northeast Fire. Ah, there you go. Little teeny fire department we can just wedge in somewhere. It's definitely not going to fit at all the aesthetic of the town, so we're just going to chuck it right there. Then we got our police department. So 15,000, 11,000. I'm basically going by that we're a tiny town with tiny demands. So we're just chucking police and fire to have a non-zero presence. Oh, I forgot there's upgrades and all that. So extra vehicles, extra office spaces. Yeah, so just putting those up there. The students can earn money by working as waiters, and they spend all their income back at the grill. Yep. See, this is a town that lacks what we refer to as third spaces. The students go to school. All those teenagers, not old enough to go to the bars. Where else can they go? That grill. This is it. This is the one and only places for the students to go. So, you know. They all gotta make money to do all this. Alright, so we are getting demand for medium density housing. Oh, we also still have our points to use, don't we? Alright, so I got 3 points to use. I could use those for having a more ability to change the way, like, road stoplights and all that kind of work, which can help with traffic management. We can go down, like, fuel-based powers. We can go into, like, renewable power, water treatment. We can get the hospital and crematory. I don't think we can afford that. The recycling center's nice. I don't think we can afford that. The college and university are probably things to consider. We have fire department we can go to, like, the different things. Like, the bigger fire station we won't need yet. An emergency shelter can be nice for natural disasters. I don't think we're ready for that. I don't think we need to expand on a bunch of these things. We could get the welfare office. That helps mitigate crime. So I'm leaning towards, let's get the advanced roadside service, because that'll give me a little bit more control over our roads. I don't think we need the bigger roads or highways or anything like that yet. We're not quite to that point. I've got 2 more points to work with. Water treatment, we're not big enough yet that that's a concern. Recycling we can't afford. I think we get the college. That's going to probably cost us more than I'm ready to pay, but that is a growth-minded thing. And let's snag the emergency battery station I'm not going to build yet to unlock renewable power. Okay, so with that in mind, we now have all of this stuff, so I can get the road maintenance department. Florida gets too much hurricanes, we need to build that bunker. Well, the problem with Florida and the bunker is those underground bunkers are not what you want in Florida, because water, if it gets into those, you've now just made a pool. Generally speaking, for hurricanes, you ride those out in hardened structures. So realistically, if this town was hit by a hurricane right now, this high school right here, this would most likely be the building you would go to be safe, because that's going to have a higher grade of structure than your typical houses. The elementary school would also be a very likely candidate, and then they wouldn't probably want you in the emergency services buildings because they would be busy dealing with all the crap from the hurricane. Realistically, for the fact that we're like one little group of people around a lake, these 2 schools would probably be able to support the entire population staying in there. Because you're not meant to be comfortable, you're just cramming in there for the time being. Ooh, can I? Okay, so you cannot put bike lanes on a gravel road, which makes sense. But yeah, so as you can see, I can add stop signs, road lights. The road maintenance will be a good thing later on. We can add crosswalks manually and get rid of them. We can widen the sidewalks, all that. That'll all be when we upgrade our roads, though. We got that all unlocked. The power. We got the emergency batteries. This is a fairly expensive building. It's very useful for later on when you have like solar and wind and sometimes they're a bit slow. School-wise, we're apparently hitting the edge of our budget. So with the colleges, I can't actually afford to build a college right now. How is our power doing, by the way? Actually, let's look at our different screens and see what we have. Ah, our budget's great. Our budget's amazing. Look at that budget. Minus 155,000 per month.
Right. Yeah, no, I forgot we were doing that.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
Yeah, we'll be back, everybody.
Okay, so what you're telling me, my servers are expensive, which is fair. We're not taking a loan. I am going to increase the taxes slightly. As far as our budget goes, where is all of our money going?
So a housing shortage is bad for the people
Health and
trying
death
to
care.
live, right?
Humans are programmed to decide
Huh.
certain representations within
And then education. Education being that high, that doesn't surprise me. Here's the screen I was talking about. So this tells us what our deficits are. So right now we don't have any deficits that are worth mentioning. There is oil. I doubt we have oil likely. Do we need to unlock parks, or are they from the start? You need to unlock them.
I like the sound of that. But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human.
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
Warm temperatures across the region today. Hope everybody out there.
Okay. So what we could do is like a branch off of here, make a road that goes around this way to have an alternate route to that circle. And we can make that medium density. Because that's one thing that's hurting me is I'm not meeting the medium density residential demand. And the medium density will pay far better than the lower density housing. Yeah, you're not wrong, Angry Sugars. That is a fair point, that those schools are pretty close to the water, that might be a problem. You know, for the real life, you know, disaster preparedness. Now granted, I'd still say in the situation of this town, as presented with what we got now, other than leave town, that's probably your best bet. Because I don't think you're going to go to the industrial park as your shelter-in-place route plan. Let's see, in the U.S., are schools funded by the cities or the state? Yes. Schools can get their funding from a bunch of different places. It could be city, state, county, and federal. All depending on the nature of the specific school in question and all that kind of stuff. Actually, yeah, no, you're not wrong. The primary funding tends to be your city/state. I didn't put a roundabout in there. What have I done? Okay, so we got this big long road that goes the whole way around. So this is going to be primarily residential. We do have commercial here. What I'm probably going to want to do is up here somewhere. We're going to plunk another roundabout here and here. And we're going to connect those two to each other. So that way there's a way to get to that commercial from the outside ring. This connects over here, so probably have a spot around here somewhere. To do the same. Just randomly puts a big, like, highway in the middle, just connecting two small parts of a neighborhood. They're not directly subordinate to any of those. They're independently run school districts from what you understand, so they try to get funding from all of those. Though I bet the jurisdiction is different by states. Yeah. No, it's kind of one of those things that the schools can get, like, so public schools get money dedicated to them by, again, the state, the county, the city, that kind of thing. But then there is a little bit of a thing where you do have public schools that can get funding beyond that, from different organizations and whatnot. But there are limitations to a lot of that, and it can get very dodgy at times. Then you got like private schools, and there's a lot of different things you run into there. So you've got the UK low density housing. The Southwest UK style apartment buildings. Alright. Yeah, there's also federal grants and all that. The catch with some of those things when you get those money is some of that money will have like different stipulations tied to them. And those stipulations can be a challenge. That's like, if you want to be eligible for this money, you have to XYZ, or you have to meet certain guidelines and criteria. And some of those are perfectly reasonable guidelines and criteria, but unfortunately, politics. Sometimes they're not as good. That there are political motivations that you can get the money, but then you're beholden to stuff that might be... I'm trying to think of the way to word this. Like, one of the things we have going on in Florida is there's a lot of anti-LGBTQI plus anti-trans kind of stuff. And the threat that the government is using to hold against the schools, particularly universities, is if they don't meet the criteria that's being set by these very politically motivated things, is they will refuse the funding, they'll pull the funding. And we don't really need to get into a bunch of that, but it is one of those things that if you want that funding now, you might have to do something that goes counter to your own values. Remember you're in high school, you got a big grant from, you believe it was the state, and spent some of it on putting new couches in the main hallway that were destroyed within a year. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of programs like that they'll recognize that there are facilities missing from schools, like services, stuff missing from schools that are kind of needed. And they'll have grants to take care of that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a one-size-fits-all. And I'm not saying it's bad to have those grants. Like, if we see, like, for example, one of the problems we run into in a lot of places in the US is we don't have enough what we're referred to as third spaces, especially for people in those teenage years where they're not old enough to drink and be adults and on their own kind of thing, but they're older than, like, our, parents are having comfortable on the playground, so, like, that 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old range. And so in a lot of cases, there's nothing for them to do, and so they get in trouble. Because one of the leading causes of drug use and crime is boredom. And so by not having anywhere they can go, it's a real problem. So we do get a lot of grants that go in to be like, hey, build a skate park, hey, build a whatever. And another stipulation is that they are free or inexpensive places. Because again, a bunch of kids don't have money to throw around. Let's see, your middle school back in the day did private donations from some richer families to pay for more lockers since we didn't have enough. Yeah, no, if you're lucky and you have people who are throwing money to support your school, it can actually go a long way. Alright, so it looks like the industry of the problem right now is they can't find enough employees. Okay, cool, we're getting a medium-sized petrol station. Okay. We got the little petrol station up the way here. Alright, I guess we'll build another petrol station. Yeah, some kids were having to share lockers before that. Yeah, no, and you'll have that a school have a problem, and then whether it's local individuals want to support their local school and they go above and beyond, or they have their student, like their kids themselves go to the school and they want to, improve the things for their school. There's a lot of reasons for it. And that's cool. Obviously, we don't want to depend on that, but at the same time, it is a good thing. It is a good thing for people to be like, hey, here is my obligation to support the local school through your taxes and all that. And then being like, hey, we want to do more. You had to share with your cousin for a grade under you. It was filled with junk. It sounds like there's a big issue that school underfunded because they're in poor location, which in turn means people with money avoid that error, farther loading the school funding. There's a lot of things that deal with that feedback loop, Commodore. There's a lot of things where, they want to make sure they fund good schools, but it does end up being a thing where you keep funneling money into schools, which gives it the resources to better perform, which gives it a chance to make more, to be eligible for money, which makes it better perform, which gives it the eligibility for more money. And then you have the inverse of the school that's really struggling, so you're effectively withholding resources, which isn't going to help it succeed. That is a real problem. That's a big part when it comes to funding school that's a challenge, is the juggle of making sure the money is used effectively, but also recognizing that a lot of your metrics for measuring it are ultimately impacted by the previous funding, and therefore making it a flawed, self-serving, like not self-serving, self-perpetuating metric. Okay. Property taxes used for schools? Quite often, yes. Yep. A lot of your times, your property taxes here in the US are your primary funding from the taxation side for schools. Like where I'm at, the residents here have voluntarily increased our taxes to have money put specifically towards schools as well, which is something that actually makes me proud of my area. That were like, schools are good enough that we opted to increase our taxes on us. To that. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip it. You know what you're thinking about that idea? Just had a game park video games for students between the ages 15-21. With Vapid student ID for kids to play at not get in trouble. Vapid. Yeah, I mean, it honestly doesn't even matter what the spaces are, but it's more things. You pay more tax to help your area. Yeah, no, where we're at, we actually, I forget how they said it. Okay, we're getting a larger petrol station. Why am I getting lots of petrol stations? And they're all flagged. I mean, this one's flagged. They're all flagged as the UK. So, in someone in the UK, can you inform me why apparently the game thinks that the UK just means petrol stations? Because the game is like, hey man, you could use another petrol station. And that was enough to boost us up to a grand village. So we got 4 development points, more tiles we could buy. Espresso on the Go, a drive-in cafe offering a wide range of coffees and diverse beverages from macchiato to bubble tea to satisfy all your cravings on the go. Because you have a lot of them. The Vesuvius Palace, an elegant building that showcases the classical architecture style with intricate moldings and decorative balconies and harmonious facade. Exclusively residential, it offers comfortable apartments with a blend of historic charm and modern living, providing a serene urban dwelling experience. Okay, so we now got policies, districts, natural disasters are now unlocked. We can now fall victim to natural disasters. I didn't realize those weren't turned on at the start. We can see transport lines. We now can offer low rental housing, low density offices, oil drilling, bus depots, taxis, storage yards, parks and recreation. Okay, so where I said we had to unlock, you just had to progress far enough. So we got a bunch of parks. We got a bunch of like very important buildings, import service taxes, bicycle promotion. Okay, so let's see what we have. Let's start with our unlocks. So for development, so I could go for solar power, which, like I said, that can be vulnerable to bad weather. We get geothermal, which is a bit more expensive to set up, but like basically never has a problem, lots of power. Hydroelectric, we're in Florida. It flat. hydroelectric ain't gonna do crap. This is the mistake here. Hydroelectric is great in a lot of places, but we need elevation for hydroelectric to make sense. You need areas where you can pump water up to a higher area or have water collect at a higher area to go through a dam to go down. And when your elevation is like at the highest to lowest point is like 134 feet above sea level, you ain't getting any power out of that. So solar power is a strong contender. I'm going to change the radio station. I turned off the ads thing in it. The university we're going to wait on. I can't afford a college yet, so university does us no good. We can build a harbor and all that. Airplanes, we don't have access to that. We can do the trains. So the train, we actually do have a train route really close by.
Thank you, Professor.
So the train could be usable. We can improve the parks. Yeah, it's the in-game radio. I was hoping we could turn off the talk part of it because they have like the ads, and I turned that off. But we're still getting the talk things. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. You can have very fast river flow flat rates to run river hydroelectric. Yeah, no, the hydroelectric though in City Skylines is more of your reservoir on top and using gravity to feed it down. In real life, you also have like tidal-based hydroelectric and a bunch of stuff, but this is strictly your old school water come up here, drop through turbines, go out the bottom style stuff. Okay, so I'm debating the solar in a big way. The solar in a big way. I want to say the solar has a high upkeep in this game. Or the geothermal. Yeah, the geothermal is also really cool. Usually I do the geothermal. I'll grab the solar. We probably won't be able to use it right away because I won't have the funds. And let's see what we can do about this radio. Yeah, so the ads are turned off. If we keep getting those ads and they keep getting to be a little bit obnoxious, we might just kill those. So we have built all of the unique buildings except the Espresso on the go. I think we put the Espresso on the go over here. Oh, you know what? Haha. The Espresso on the go is definitely going near the high school. Yeah, I'm debating if I want to put it there or tuck it just around the corner. Yeah, okay. We're going to put an Espresso on the go over here by all the bars. That way all the people who get themselves wasted can get their morning coffee to, like, deal with their hangover. We're also nearby the high school, so it's within walking distance, so we've got our staff. That's not actually how that works in the game, but I'm pretending it is. We also have our, like, urban housing over here. So we've got a really fancy touristy urban housing. Okay, what else do we got here? So zoning wise, we now have low rent housing, of which we can do Chinese style, Eastern European, French, Dutch, or just typical. So I'm going to put a block of low rent housing in the behind the school. We also have office space, of which we have the choice of Southwestern or just US, Southwest US or just US. And the only industry we're missing is the fishing open water and the offshore oil drilling is the only industries we're missing. We'll get there someday. Someday we'll drill, baby, drill. Alright, so the thing we're going to do is we're going to take this medical loop we set up. It's probably not going to get more buildings for a long time. So let's just slap a bunch of office space to fill out the rest of it. Realistically, all this office space are not going to be able to find enough workers, and a bunch of them are going to go out of business. Okay, we've got zoning stuff. Right, so we've got our districts. So districts allow you to assign different rules and all that apply to the thing. So, like, you can promote... Like you can either promote the use of bicycles or disallow the use of bicycles, that kind of thing. So that's one district. That's another district. Oh, I see what happened here. Where I started, it was slightly off to the side. And the districts themselves don't cost you anything to do. Like I said, they do allow you to sign rules. Like, what I'm going to do is go to the Evergreen District here, and you like bicycles. And then meanwhile, we're going to go to the Highland District and say you don't like bicycles. And then I'm indifferent about the Barlow District. Okay, we got power. So if we were trying to do the solar is 1.5 million. So the answer is, what we're not doing anytime soon is solar. So we are getting to the point now where our costs are going up. Oh no, there's nothing wrong with bicycles in general. This is the industrial park. We're going to have a bunch of, you know, machines. We're going to have a bunch of vehicles hauling goods through there. And then the trash and all that. So this is the area we're not allowing bicycles in, is the industrial park. Whereas we're promoting bicycles in the area that's residential, and then we're indifferent in the office area. Now, as you can see, we're starting to hit our capacity issues on our main road. So it's getting to be about time to upgrade our main drag into town. That's been a long time coming. We also have our parks are available. You've got all sorts of cool landmarks that I could build if I had millions of dollars, but I don't. We have our public transportation of buses and taxis and all these kind of things. Can't do much with that. And right now it's complaining that we need more commercial and industrial. So we've been talking about needing the commercial for a while.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the protected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
So very genuinely, in Florida, historically, wildfires have been a big problem. It's been a long time since we've had one get really out of control. But yeah, we don't get them as often as places like California. They don't spread quite as aggressively as places like California. But it was a thing that we would constantly have population centers threatened back in the day. Okay. So we are looking at a need for more commercial. So I'm kind of leaning at the idea... of having a different culture here. So I'm leaning at either doing a Dragon Gate style commercial for like our bar row or Japanese style. And I'm not sure which way I want to go with it. I'm thinking Japanese style. Let's do the Japanese style. So your little commercial road back here. You love the Dragon Gate buildings? I haven't checked them enough to see one versus the other. And unfortunately, like, yeah, you can look at like the previews and videos and all that, but you can't really see it right there. Okay. So meanwhile, they also want more industrial. So one thing you'll notice is I've unlocked the ability to expand 18 tiles. So like a lot of room to expand. And you'll also notice I haven't taken any of them up. And that's been a deliberate decision. And part of the reason I haven't taken them up on that... Oh, that's... We've switched styles on ours. Hang on. There we go. And part of the reason I've deliberately not taken them up on changing the... Yeah, that's exactly it. Is with the tile upkeep, the cost can catch up to you very rapidly. Alright, and we haven't checked what our industrial options are. We should probably get a production of some kind going. But we check here somewhere. Okay, so we're officially making money now, chat. We are budget positive. And to celebrate, to let everyone know how much we appreciate them, I'm going to increase our taxes. Okay. Oh, we're actually making money because I'm selling the power with the service fee? Excellent. Right, okay, so it looks like oil we are importing very, very heavily, and grain are... Yeah, it looks like oil, grain, and coal are things that we are currently importing. And our power grid has gotten overwhelmed and has failed. So let's go ahead and get another wind turbine. Well, time to raise the mayoral salary. Yeah, I've just done such a good job. I feel like I personally deserve a raise. Is that too much to ask? Why are you complaining about... It's all like, I can't build there. Fine, I'll just peel off that little edge. And you'll just build what fits. Let's raise the taxes for the people to give tax breaks to the multinationals. We're gonna make sure we give tax breaks to everyone who is supporting my campaign donations. What? Alright. So we are looking at, we're starting to hit capacity on this main loop. This is getting a little bit, but this main loop is starting to get overwhelmed. So we're going to want to deal with that. We're going to want to move this up to be a little bit of a better road. Now, we could certainly go and just really hammer all the way to like full on like a highway system like this kind of monstrosity, which wouldn't be the worst decision in the world. I would probably lean towards building it as far to the right as I can. Which might not even be the wrong decision.
Cold Wave Radio on the air, folks, and I have news for you today.
You mean the cat?
I got a cat, and her name is Quick, the Cold Wave Kitty.
The Cold Wave cat. Nice.
She's adorable, folks.
Don't forget to get her spayed or neutered.
Do you even know what that means?
You're listening to Cold Wave. We'll be back.
We're expecting unseasonably high temperatures across the region today. It's quite a heat wave out there. Moms, make sure the kids don't stay out in the sun too long. Don't forget the sun.
Alright, here's where things are going to break. So I'm going to grab this petrol station. And you are going to be temporarily shoved back here. And I am paying to move it, to move it back. But what's going to happen here is the loop-de-loop's going to have to go. and his cross street's going to have to go. Because we are working on basically upgrading the main road going through here. Okay. So with this, what we can do here is we want a brand new loop-de-loop. And we're going to go ahead and make this nicer. I feel like they should have one of these that's like a big statue in the middle. So I put the asymmetrical one there. A statue of the mayor? Absolutely. Absolutely. I deserve this credit. Give. Oh, they got roads now that have parking right along the road too. All right, so while we're in here improving this, are you like raised? What's going on here? I don't really... Ah, we were underground one. Okay, let's try this now with the 2-lane road. Okay, so mild improvements, and we're going to want to go in here to our tools now, because now I can do more fancy things, so get rid of those zones off of there. Yeah, no, I missed that was underground. That's the reason I was, like, confused with what's happening. I was like, why can I not place this road? Bear with me, chat. My wife just about got home, so I'm going to quickly run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some food over there, and hey, Mark, it's good to see you. And then we'll get back to replacing our main drag going into our town. Because as you can see, it was a gravel road. We have moved past the point that the gravel road is sufficient. And I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. All right. Yep, no, town's going pretty good. Hey, Mark, it's good to see you. All right, so we were working on upgrading our main dragon there. Let's see. Do you know if Skylines has had has had big visual updates? Visual updates, I don't believe so. They have definitely had a lot of updates so far as like performance and all that kind of stuff. But as far as visual, not that I'm aware of. At the same point, that's weird that apparently deleting this road breaks that road.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I forgot we were doing that.
They fixed the shadows. Gotcha. Okay. Then I stand corrected. Alright, so let's work over here to replacing this one. We'll just have to deal with that being busted. Okay. So all we're doing is this main road coming into town. I'm just upgrading it the whole way. Now get all that sorted out. So the next thing we want to do here is, again, get ourselves some roundabout. Oh, I turned off snap. I was like, what? That's gonna be a whole big thing. So for right now, I think what we'll do is we'll just grab you. We'll put a straight shot there. It'll transition you into a gravel road. No. This is gonna be a mess. All right, so we're gonna cause some significant disaster here. Okay, both of these have buildings that won't like this. Oh wait, actually. I'm gonna grab you. All right. Okay. So not the smoothest, but that'll improve it. You are UK medium density housing. All right, so let's grab that. UK medium density housing. Oh. Because we just had to finagle that around a little bit to make that fit. Oh, we need to grab the petrol places that I had to move because they were not able to get there. There we go. Okay, so that should improve the capacity of this main drag now. The other thing we can do is make other improvements to this road, because right now these roads have sidewalks the whole way. I don't really need that. So let's go here, go to our road upgrades. And within the town, we're adding bike lanes. Yeah, so you got bike lanes, that whole area. Going out into the abyss. I don't think the bike lanes make as much sense. So we're adding trees the whole way in. Okay. That's all fine. Okay. That's interesting that actually marks it as no bike lanes there. Oh, it's marking this is the bike lane, don't ride the bikes in the actual road. That's fair. When you have a dedicated bike lane, that's a very reasonable stance to have. Yeah, we'll definitely want to get bike lanes and all that added in here eventually. What other road stuff can we add? Because I know it was messing with, like, was the Anarchy mod and all that, and we had all sorts of really wild things I could set up in all this.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Well, we're down here, and meanwhile there is forest fires going on everywhere else. That's fine. That doesn't seem like a me problem. Alright. So I got commercial development here. So I've actually got this area already zoned for commercial out here. So that's fine. So we have low density residential demand as well. Yeah, so we can put that back here. So let's look at our low density options. Put more of the terraced housing back here. Now, generally speaking, if we're looking at actual Florida, we have problems here. Like, this is fine being based around this lake, but as we get farther away, I mean, honestly, with like retention ponds and all that, this area is pretty good. When we get out here, you definitely need more. But realistically, you'd have like little dips in here. Like if I'm not going to develop this area, we would go over here. Oh, you could paint textures and all that. Terrain shift.
Hey, Calvin here. You're listening to Cold Wave Radio. Coolest wave on air. That was good, right?
What? Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was good. Don't touch that dial.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Okay.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed.
Just like real life, the commercial comes on and the channel changes. Alright, we'll also want to do the texture painting as well. "72 in the summer in Florida, if only." Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is nighttime. 72 at nighttime might be a whole thing. Let's try sand. It's weird there's so much of a noise on it. So in an area like this, you also wouldn't have the trees. Because the retention ponds, you know, they fill up with water and the trees die. That's fine. It doesn't look... There we go. That's quite a bit better. Now also in real life, obviously, there'd be water in there. I don't think we have the ability to do that yet in the game, though. I can't, like, make that into an artificial lake or whatever. At least not that I'm aware of. You'd have, like, these all over the place, like, anywhere else. You'd have, like, that there. You'd probably have a little one here. They're honestly all over the place. The retention ponds and ditches and all that. Because Florida has the problem that we get all the water in, but to get the water to stay, it has to get through the limestone into our aquifer. But, you know, Florida's flat and goes to oceans on either sides. There's lots of these, like, riverways and canals and all that go everywhere. So we have all of these to try and just keep water around so it can go through there. Sounds like mosquito breeders. These ones aren't bad. When you start getting into areas like this, where it's a bunch of shallows like this is where the mosquitoes come from. This is Mosquito Alley right there. But honestly, the retention ponds and lakes and all that, I'm sure there's some mosquitoes coming through like at the edges of the water, but they tend not to be that bad. It's a lot of like your little your wetlands kind of area. Like this really thin river, maybe, whatever that is, canal. This area over here would be a really bad area for mosquitoes. Same with that. This would be horrible for mosquitoes. Your lagoons would be really bad for mosquitoes. All right. So now I've gone from very little lighting to no shortage of light pollution along the main drag. Yeah, with one of the other tools I was messing with over here, we had the options of putting up like quays and walls and all that around there. Okay. And one thing I'll do to support our commercial area over here. So we got undercroft parking. A small parking structure. Just a gravel parking lot. Honestly, let's have relatively large upkeep. Hey, Psychotic, it's going pretty good. Motorcycle parking lot. Specific for our motorcyclists. Alright. That's going right there. So we got a little motorcycle parking lot for our motorcyclists. A small solar paneled covered parking lot where it goes. Does that produce power or a long parking lot? A medium single row parking lot? A medium parking lot? A medium solar parking lot? There. That way we have places for everyone going to the bars to park. So checking on our stuff, we are making solid money now ahead of the cost of operations. So let's figure out what's going on with our city and see what we can do to help. Lack of entertainment and high taxes. Well, one of those things is not getting solved. Lack of entertainment, though, we can probably do something about. We have parks and recreation. The Color Plaza. The Dockyard Lounge. Yeah, so all that's in red. We'll put a completely not real lighthouse there. And there.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
So you can definitely put some kind of park. Yeah, office buildings. Yep, we're gonna put like the social network park by our office building district area. Because, you know, it's a very office building kind of thing. Alright, new signature building available. The Heath Pub and Lounge. The Fox Inn Pub with parking lot. The Yamakutu Pub with lounge. The Church in the Bistro. Ricey. Oh, thank you. And you want to figure out what our snacky is?
Yeah.
Is there anything that calls to you? Wait a minute, two giant things covering it.
What is that?
What is this?
Yeah.
Well, it's got pictures of a red berry of some kind. I think it's a kind of potato chip. One moment, chat. I might need scissors.
I can get scissors.
Thank you. We got the snack crate thing. So Everdream was sponsored by it, and I was like, okay, this is exactly what Toon would want. So it's a bunch of snacks. So it's just like a whole bunch of Japanese snacks. So gonna be trying this. No idea what it is. I think it's a kind of potato chip with whatever that is supposed to be. But you know, it's been fun trying a bunch of random things. Like the other ones we had yesterday was just straight up cocoa.
They were yummy.
They were yummy. It was like Cocoa Pez.
No, they were softer than Pez. Floral.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's not bad.
Oh, good.
Well, if you want to take the bag and eat half of it. It's a very floral potato chip.
Maybe lychee?
Maybe lychee. Doesn't super seem like lychee to me though.
Yeah, I'm not
sure. Everybody takes floral. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Abby.
No problem. Yeah, no, I've very much been enjoying the snack crate. That's the first one that's like, the other ones we've had, it's like, okay, it's, you know, we had ones that were like oregano chips, which were just good. We had like these chocolate kind of Pez things that are really good. No, it's definitely not sweet potato, not unless it's a very different potato. Like it was, like whatever it was very, very floral. Like, it's not lavender. That'd be weird on potato chip. I don't know what it is, so I can't really describe it, but it was a very floral taste to it. Okay, so we have more demand for housing. Oh, you made really small housing with like a big...
This is Feel Good Funk Radio, and I'm your host, Professor Funk. So keep it tuned right here.
So the UK housing is smaller, and it couldn't fit up the whole lot.
Today we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
Okay.
Shortage is driving up
So we're now a tiny town. So we now have the Lobster Tail, a refined maritime ambience where the lobster reigns supreme, offering coastal culinary experience in every bite, while also enjoying your meal with friends and loved ones. We've got the Steakhouse, an authentically American steakhouse, famous for its homemade barbecue sauce that turns every bite into an unparalleled taste experience to savor your meal in a warm, inviting atmosphere. And that's all. So we now can get mixed zoning. I really like mixed zoning for just being way more practical. Oh, I forgot. They had the whole thing in this one where you could do like your walkable areas. We have communications as a new development thing, so there's that. Roadside parking fees, recycling, speed bumps, energy consumption, and like awareness to reduce power costs. Now I do have 5 points to work with. I could pursue getting the bigger roads unlocked. Let's check what's in the communications. We got the postal... The steakhouse is the best asset in your opinion? Gotcha. We can get a server farm, so you go ahead and, you know, open up data centers. We can get telecom towers. We can pursue more parks, tourist attractions, all that stuff. We can get a lot of the public transportation. One more lane. To be fair, we only had traffic backup at one point. It wasn't even that bad. I've got 5 points available. We could go for the university and some of these, like the university stuff. Let's get the university, because the farther education helps. All of these side buildings also offer their own really good bonuses. So, like, increases the efficiency of industry and offices. This increases the likelihood people will go to university. This one helps discover larger underground deposits of ore and oil. And this one improves the effectiveness of your healthcare buildings. So we're going to start with the industry ones, and I got one more point. Let's see if we have anything that's 1 point I can just grab. Crematorium. Okay. So before we worry about any of our city's basic needs, we did open more bars. And so the bar district must grow. So that way everyone can have their, like, pub crawl kind of stuff. And we're definitely going to need to go in here as well. And for the parking, we do heavily encourage bicycles in this area. In this, like, whole residential back area. So since we've expanded that, Because it does seem like this kind of bicycle parking where it's just the loops in front doesn't seem to actually have an upkeep. We'll have some, like, proper dedicated bike parking there. Okay, so we got, like, back here is just this whole, like, line of pubs and all that. And let's see what else we've got so far as... Oh, the steakhouse and everything like that. That must be under the other tab. Yeah, we built the only one there. Was the steakhouse under... Where was it at? It's not there. There's the unique buildings. Which I'm suddenly brain farting. There they are, under landmarks here. Where was this? Did I accidentally build the steakhouse? Alright. No? We unlocked a steakhouse. Alright, so now we've got mixed zoning house. Or mixed zoning, so we're gonna want to get into that. But now I need to decide what we got. We got regular EU, regular North American, old town style apartment buildings, mixed zoning. Old town style, German mixed, Southwest US, UK, Eastern European, French, Japanese, USA. Urban promenades mixed. Apartment buildings with commercial space at the bottom. Urban promenade is extra space extending the sidewalk. Trees and planters, more walkway. And that's low rent. Let's see, North American Old Town mix. Looks like New Orleans on the top buildings. Ooh. I can get for, like, some New Orleans stuff. So, North American Old Town. Okay. And I placed them and instantly they started building. And mixed uses wall to wall, the corner places looks the best in the grid. You know, generally speaking, like, yeah, all of our housing stuff is just getting taken care of. So commercial it's unhappy about. Yeah, so it looks like for commercial, there's like nothing over there. So that's the New Orleans area. Let's do the promenade over on this side, because I am actually curious about that one as well. Okay. Meanwhile, we have medical stuff. We unlocked the crematorium. Is the in-game music yacht rock? We've been bouncing between different playlists because they've got these in-game ad things and they can be a little bit on the obnoxious side. Alright, so we've got mailboxes that can be used by citizens to send out mail. Okay, so that's where you can have one place to stop. We got local, small post office, bigger post office, Japanese post office. Well, the Japanese post office seems like it's literally just worse for the same price. Okay, so we now have post office. That'll make people happier. Okay, so how's everyone's happiness? Where can we go stuff? Unreliable internet service, minor amounts of unemployment, unreliable healthcare coverage, and high taxes. Look, man. If you wanted lower taxes... Don't say it didn't do anything for you. I saw a little up arrow. Hey, the houses are leveling up. I'm trying to remember how you can set up the, like, walkable areas. I think you say Skylines 1. So, you cost the exact same amount. The Japanese radio tower is just better. Like, not only a little better, just straight up better. Alright, well now we have internet and an overloaded power grid. And there's more power. Okay, so here's the promenade housing. So we got our little businesses down here. And then all like our apartments over there. And then in the back you've got like this little walkway on the ceiling. Little flat terrace areas around back with like mini playgrounds and all that, so that's kind of cool. And then we go over here to... Oh, that's the budget apartments. And it's the more New Orleans style, like old whatever North American housing. Or mixed zoning, I should say. We'll definitely need to upgrade this road, and when that happens, it's going to be a disaster. Because we'll definitely need to expand these gravel roads back here to be better and whatnot. You got tons of people walking everywhere. Honestly, considering, that's a lot of people walking.
You know, friends, the greatest thing about this job, aside from all our lovely listeners, has got to be all the perks. We've got a coffee machine, the vending machine, and we get donuts. Trust me, they've got nothing like this where I'm from. And I must admit, it is a nice change to see people who aren't in an abject state of terror all the time. Though it does seem like they spend an awful amount of effort fooling themselves. Imagine the look on their faces when they realize it's suddenly the end. But until then, thanks for joining us. This is your host, Professor Funk, and you're listening to Feel Good Funk Radio.
Okay, you can make bridge, you can make pedestrian walkways. I'm trying to remember where that is. I think that's under the park stuff. Yep, so you can make, like, regular walkways, you can make covered walkways to go places, full-on bridges and all that.
program to desire certain representations.
You and Zips playing it? Maybe it's time to replay City Skylines 2. Yeah, no, it definitely has come a long way. I haven't seen any, like, glaring problems yet. It definitely feels easier than it was before, which partly could be the simulation actually working. There's also all these buildings they keep throwing at me that are giving me more and more bonuses that... Oh, here we go. So we've got the Lobster Tail Unique Restaurant.
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
You're still annoyed by building on curves? Yeah.
That's right. Today we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back
Okay.
after this.
So we built the American Steakhouse. Go Nuts Donuts. Or Go Nuts Donuts. Yep, so we got the steakhouse there, next to the Riverside Grill. Basically over on this end, we're just kind of making like a whole restaurant, bar, crawl, district kind of thing. Oh, I should check to see if we got new district permissions. We do. Okay. Energy consumption awareness. Citizens are advised to pay attention to their electronic devices. Electric consumption is reduced by 5%. We have the recycling program. This will reduce the amount of resources used, but also decreases free time. Roadside parking fee, and then speed bumps. Okay. Alright. So actually the garbage is holding up kind of just fine right now. Okay, so let's go over here real fast because new signature building. Oh, good. Even more bars. I'm pretty sure they're starting with like the smallest version of the bar. And in each increment, we're getting the larger version of the same bars. I'm assuming what's happening here. Boom Town. Alright, so we got the Seven Hills Residence, neoclassical building with elegant facade, grand windows, originally commercial, is now a sophisticated residential space. Its symmetrical design and ornate details make it a key landmark, blending historical charm with modern amenities in the heart of the city. We can do a heavy traffic ban and increase our loan limit, and that is all. So let's go over to our brand new fancy residential. We're slowly building up around the lake, and we're going to slowly encroach on the low-density population living there. So we do have the issue here of where I need more low-density housing that we're continuing to build up our medium. Let's go ahead and grab here. So put a bunch of low-density Dutch housing back here. So you're waiting for an ambulance. Oh, everyone's using the petrol station as the turnaround point. Okay, what I was gonna do is go to this, because the giant type of parked cars going in here is an eyesore, so they can now officially just ride the whole way out of town on their bicycle. We'll have to provide some parking otherwise. Oh, we also got a bunch more points for development, don't we? So development. We could start pursuing the parks at some... Oh, space program? Okay. So we could pursue getting ourselves our very own space program here. Increase the tourism and the effectiveness of industry. Not really fussed about the police stuff. Not really fussed about this. The medical university and all that can be good. We could pursue getting the radio telescope, which boosts there. We'll probably need the recycling center eventually. The hospital's fine for the time being. Water treatment's fine for the being. I'm actually surprised we haven't had to build more. We get the larger roads and intersections and all that. Underground parking. What's the current population count? Just under 5,000. We got a bookshop. A bookstore located in the commercial area of town. This variety of books is so rich, it meets the needs of citizens of all ages. Not really sure where I want to put these points. Let's go ahead and we'll get the medical and the radio telescope with the intention of, like, really leaning in on the education. So, I can't afford any of the stuff there. But we did get the bookshop. You can put that over by the school. Because all these unique buildings, the big gimmick they seem to have is that they increase stuff. You know, the radio telescope, which is like 3 million. The city library, which is like 2 million. Yeah, so, like, our budget is very limited on that. We should check. So we're not currently... We have plenty of water and sewage availability, surprisingly. I'd honestly expect that to be struggling a little bit by now, but it seems to be utterly fine. Electricity. We are just barely in a good place. We do have the solar power plant unlocked, and we'll definitely want to get that built at some point. But it's 1.5 million, which is a big holdup. So many jobs, where are the workers, what gives? So we're going to need to bring more people into town. We have no demand for high-density residential. There's all our very angular Dutch housing. So you can go up your gravel road to all of your Dutch housing. Your textures are scream. Maria here? Maria? Your textures are... Well, now that I'm looking at you, they're fine. But her legs were just murdering through that her pants. Okay, so we have a desire for more low-density housing. So what we could do for this... And a cul-de-sac at the end of the road. And we can give this area... What else do we want to make for the low-density housing? We got UK. We haven't done any of the Eastern European stuff. Let's do Eastern European low-density housing for, like, this cul-de-sac over here. Now, the big problem is I've got this train connection in that I've boxed in pretty hard, but I could always immediately underground it, and then just have the train kind of go where I need it. Like, this is the industrial area right now. Yeah, I built that, and immediately all that low density just got gobbled up. And traffic seems to be holding up pretty good on the main drag, but we are hitting limitations on this area that the people coming in from our little party part of town, they are bottlenecking this throughway here. Otherwise, the rest of town seems to be holding up pretty well from what I'm seeing. So this little route here is going to need to be upgraded. That's right now. So that's just a regular house. Yeah, these are all just regular houses here. So those can, you know, whatever happens, those can happen to those. Okay, now I can grab you. And put you back. You are low-density waterfront housing. And then I believe you're just low-density housing.
Are you ready for the conjunction, my friends? Here at Feel Good Funk
Oh, you
Radio,
posted a game
we're
suggestion?
counting down the
I'll have to
days
check it out,
to Funkament. If you know me,
I'll check it out
Professor Funk,
later.
then you know it's going to be a party. And you know why that is? A conjunction is a coming together.
But the
It's a
one
great
intersection
union
looks like it
across
could use a
time
bigger
and space.
roundabout.
That is what funk music is all about.
There's
Only
probably a
an inner
number of
voice
possibilities
can
that to
tell
be
you
the case.
what time it really is. And
Alright, we
my
can also
time
go
is coming.
here.
It's time to play another song.
Bike
We have
lanes.
the perfect one coming up for you.
Overlapping item. Oh. Let's grab you.
We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Eventually we'll just switch off the radio and just do our own music to not deal with that. Okay, so with that, it's going to take a minute for these roads to sort themselves out. That's fine. But as you can see, we're slowly kind of moving like area to area as I'm needing to upgrade to clean that all up. Condemned. Alright. Not enough customers. This company is struggling due to lack of customers. Alright, well, what we can do is over here. Why is that not curving? Oh. Oh, right, I don't have it set to the steady curve. I have it just the one-off curve. Okay, so we can go here to the curves constantly. Alright, and we're not going to make this one that goes the whole way through. So I've got those. It's interesting that they have a separation between cul-de-sac and roundabout, but they seem to be utterly interchangeable. Okay, so now we're looking at needing more low density again. Let's see. We'll do Japanese low density. Now we can go into this road here because I don't want it on the through road that we have the housing. So let's go you here. Do not put zoning on this road. And then we can go back to our housing over here. Alright. I believe cul-de-sacs can have parking and zoning on them, whereas roundabouts do not. Gotcha. Interesting. Alright, so now it wants more commercial, which I've already got more commercial zoned over here. So you should start filling that in. We'll probably want to make a commercial area over here somewhere as well. Yeah, I don't have much commercial in this area. So we can probably do... I mean, this is mixed zoning here, so I guess it is already commercial. And we're fast approaching the point where this area is going to be kind of full. Let's grab you, grab you. And I guess at this point, you're already off of kind of a normal road, so let's go and keep that going. We won't downgrade. Alright, so how do I want to go with this one? Because... okay, we'll go grab the roundabouts. Go in there, cul-de-sacs. Alright. So, it still wants low-density housing and commercial. They don't really break down, because I have commercial zoning over here. I'm thinking it's just it's not near all of this housing, but that's mixed zoning there. So we could do... Chinese courtyard and spider single-family homes. Sure.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Yes, UK medium density. They got all that mapped. Okay, so once again, bringing up the population. We're coming up in 6,000 people. Our power grid is probably starting to get hit pretty hard. Yeah, so the money we're making is we're just hands down making really good money. We're making a profit on our electricity, and then all the other stuff is being covered by taxes. Production-wise, we are definitely dependent on oil, which isn't super shocking. So the thing we'll probably want to check here is if I can remember where to look for it. I can actually do it this way. Zoning, oil. We are not seeing any oil nearby whatsoever. Oh no, so there's oil over here, up along here. Okay, so it looks like the answer is we just need to destroy all of our wonderful beaches by putting oil drilling right there. Needless to say, that ain't happening anytime soon. The other things we were using is coal. I do happen to have a little bit of coal underneath where our industrial area is. Which might be worth exploiting. And there's some way over here as well. Fishing is not going to be that big of a thing. So, stone, understandably, we don't really have stone. Which would make sense for Florida because we are on limestone, and that's not what we're talking about. We do have a bunch of iron kind of over there. A big dead space in the middle here. They got iron kind of off to the sides of the map. A lumber we can make happen. The big problem we're going to run into with lumber is all the resources being on this side of the neighborhood is going to create a little bit of a traffic problem. So I think when we go to expand into the industry stuff, I think that's where we buy a tile over here and we set up the industry over there. And then we improve this road here to be our way in and out on the industry side. But it's looking like traffic is staying relatively good shape. Hold up. What do you think you're doing? Did I say you could have parking? Who do you think you are? And we're just chucking trees down, making the roads a little nicer. That's actually one of the mods I saw that unfortunately seemed to have problems, but it looked really cool. There is a mod that lets you change the trees from being these like tiny little trees to like you can make them into like palm trees or oak trees or a bunch of different types of trees and have them grow up to be like full size so they can kind of like canopy the whole road, which is pretty cool. That's fine. Yeah. Cool. Just taking all those roads and upgrading them. Jeez. Eastern European housing. Why you bright as the sun? Like, you look at the entire map, and the Eastern European low-density housing here is just, like, the straightest, brightest shiningness in the world. You can spot it from space. Okay, any new district stuff? Nope, that's fine. We got our bulldozer working our landfill. Alright. So, we need... They're still calling for more and more low density. How's the Japanese housing look? Alright. Okay. And let's keep up with the Japanese low density. Where's it go? There it is. So I can satisfy the low density population a bit. Oh, before I mess that up. There you go. Back to this. Okay, so we're expanding our housing yet again. So pretty soon... Okay, I was going to say, pretty soon our healthcare is going to be completely overwhelmed, and the message they just put down there pretty much agreed. As like, you know, the healthcare you're offering is appalling. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, our ambulances are all out in use, so it's an ambulance problem. Alright. Now looking down and getting confused why I can't find the edge of my cup. I appreciate this map has a very large volume of trees to begin with. That's one of the complaints I have with a lot of the City Skyline vanilla maps, is they'll have large areas like this with next to no trees or anything, and it just starts to look kind of plastic. And so normally the way I get around that is I basically just bombard the entire ground with trees and rocks and everything to kind of hide as much of the ground as I can. This company is struggling to
bring you a special news bulletin.
Fine.
The fire and rescue
Okay. Yeah, so they're losing a bunch of money every month. Because they're not getting enough customers. So you get a lot of that housing being built back there. It's be a huge influx. It's going to start overwhelming roads. Yeah, so that's what we got going on, is this pedestrian area is just, too much foot traffic that they're blocking up the cars. So we probably need to go and see what we can do to get a covered walkway or something there to see if we can't bypass this pedestrian walkway to improve the speed of what's going on. So I believe we go under here. Alright, so I think we had to do is we had to unsnap, go up a tile. I do not see how you make this work. The slope it wants is way too extreme. I was hoping we could do like a stairwell up here or something like that. I'm sure there's a mod for that. Unless maybe I can make a pedestrian walkway that goes underneath. I remember what it do. It says too steep. Like, I only went down one tick. Why is one tick all the way, like, miles below the ground? Is there a way to shrink the amount we tick up and down? Ah, here we go. Elevation. Okay, so in real life, that would be able to fit under there. Lower. Lower. Okay, so 18 feet is enough to allow me to go down here. Can't. Why does it have to go that far? 18 feet, it's not that much. Have you not heard of stairs? Alright, so that might be a deal breaker in that style. Let's try with the pedestrian walkway with the smaller tick increments and see if we can't make that work. We're just trying to get it where we can get ourselves turns too low. Turns too low. Okay. The question is, if I go from this to... we need to make it 18 and a half or whatever feet. I have to go all the way out here just to get to the point where it's high enough to clear the road. I basically have to go like an entire city block. It's not going to be doable. Huh. Because the plan was to try and get rid of this crosswalk and make an over or an under, so that way the pedestrians didn't conflict with the cars. Now, granted, the traffic looks like while I've been messing around with it, it has cleared up, which is fine. Oh, and it looks like we've also hit our power limit while I was doing all that. Let's deal with that real quick. There we go. Power's back online. Now it's complaining that all these houses are in bad positions because adding the bike lane slightly widened the roads here, but that's okay. We can go on here and we can go ahead and try and get the roads looking nice here. Let's add some trees.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest.
Alright.
Billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
So it's honestly looking like the game's not too unhappy about the parking, other than this main drag here, which I find interesting considering there's no businesses on it to park at except for the petrol place, which has its own parking. Oh, but your parking lot is full. I see. Well, here's a curiosity. How about instead of... I want a 2-lane. I'm looking for is 1 lane with parking, but they only have the 1 way, which isn't the worst. Oh. I don't know what the circle around this one indicates. What? Okay. Why are you trying to combine these in such weird ways? Sure, that's pretty cursed, but I can live with that. Alright, we're gonna need to de-scuff this a little bit. So crosswalks. Weirdly, I cannot get rid of the crosswalks on this one. It says no. So I made kind of a scuffed parking lot back here. Honestly, the prefabricated parking lot's probably just the better choice. I was going to try and make myself a little parking lot in this open area here, which I still think we are going to use the parking lot in that open area there. But since the parking lot is hitting capacity... So that's the front on this side.
Here you go, husband.
Thank you, wifey.
According to Google Translate, they are plum flavored.
Plum?
They don't taste like plums to me.
I
They're
say
very yummy.
they're yummy. They taste floral. I wouldn't think of them as plum.
I would not have guessed that now.
No. Well, thank you.
Also, the picture doesn't look like plums, but
It could be something like Japanese plums,
maybe.
which are not the same thing as what we call a plum.
It could be. I don't know. Nod.
Love. Alright, so I'm thinking that we need more parking for our bar district. I got this parking. I don't think we can let's try it. I don't think you can attach parking to parking, because that would actually be the easiest solution, the most elegant solution. So let's find... Oh, snap. Yeah, so this won't connect to those. Because that would be kind of the easiest solution, is just daisy chain a couple of these parking lots back to back on each other. Plums is a genus of species, 150 or so, let alone breed. So yeah, that's what I was thinking, is when you think here in the US, when you think plums, there's a specific thing you have in mind. So it's definitely one of those things that it's like, okay, they're probably just like Japanese plums, or just, you know, a variety we're not familiar with. So I think for the space... the Netherlands underground parking is probably... or undercroft parking, which is just covered parking. It's probably our best bet. Because we can put that right here. Maybe just go for smaller. Yeah, so it's 2-level parking. Oh, I forgot we had the motorcycle parking. Yeah, so it's showing red around here, so we don't have enough parking there. This is all happy. This area it's all mad about. This area it's all mad about. But it's this business area here seems to be the one it's the most unhappy about. Oh, got turned back on snapping. It's like... Okay, we can go over here. We have a narrower parking. The medium parking would work.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. The fire and rescue service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest.
Yeah, so we've got that one we can squeeze in, so it's a little bit more parking here. Let's check on other places we got parking problems.
The affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Got a little bit of a parking complaint there. So that'll help out a bit more. So we got parking by the high school. Yeah, this whole area is still deep red. I find this whole route here being deep red surprising, because like I said, there's nothing on this road. Meanwhile, I saw that there's a parking complaint over here. It's not as bad. Oh, the petrol station. I was like, what on earth is over here? So I can move you there. And put some parking over in this area. Okay. So checking in our milestones. Gated community, high density, high density, high density, combustible engine ban. And then all of these after that is just money in progress. So the last unlock we get is at Small City. And after that we've unlocked all of the regular things. Well, Steam is having issues. Glad to see you're still fine. Yeah, I mean, it's Tuesday. Tuesday Steam goes down for a while. Which still blows my mind that that's still a thing. Yeah, Steam does like a maintenance reboot on Tuesday. It's wild in this day and age. Yep, no, Steam goes down for a while. Alright. We still have medium density. It's interesting because I'm actually getting demand for high density, but then we don't actually have it. Alright, so all of our housing and everything, so like we basically got everything built up. Our population is currently going down a bit. And that's because citizen, age, young and old. Old is red, young is green. I see 2 yellow houses in the middle of this. So we are definitely in Florida. Weirdly for all that, this is saying the building color is for old versus that. Yet this marks it as 82% adults. Yeah, so we basically have a very unhealthy population distribution, is what we've got going on right now. That our population is leaning way more on the old versus the young side. This will start sorting itself out. But honestly, this is not bad. We have a population of about 8,000 with only 4 homeless people in town. And let's be honest, with that amount of population, 4 homeless people, that's probably choosing to be that way. That said, we have a 30.3 unemployment rate, which is not great. That's pretty bad. That's tragically bad. Okay, we got a very significant traffic jam here. So you're all slowing down, going into here, which is slowing down. They're just all trying to get around this corner. Oh, it's normally situations where, because we have the pedestrians crossing here, they're holding up the cars. We need to give the pedestrians alternate transit routes so that we're having less car-to-people interactions. Look, man, everyone wants to get into the bar district, and it's causing problems. Because we got traffic coming from the other side, too, and it's assumed for the same reason. Yeah, literally these cars are having problems getting around because there's so many people. Like, this intersection is blocked just by people. Do pedestrians abide by traffic lights? I mean, I assume if we put traffic lights, that'd be a thing. I think the reality is we're going to need to go in here and expand the capacity. I also realized I didn't put a roundabout there. Okay, we don't need this many of those, so I'm gonna go ahead and sell this one. Because I might be able to sneak a roundabout in there. And it's not gonna help a lot, but it will help at least a little. Problem we still have is all the people walking here. If we upgrade this, I can turn off this crosswalk and have them come around this way. So it seems like a lot of these cars are trying to go down there. Oh, they're all trying to reach this parking garage. So they're trying to find parking, and as they're piling up here, it's causing problems. That parking garage is full. These parking lots are surprisingly not full, but that's okay. Yeah, so traffic is all cleared up over here. I think it's literally where I put down all these parking garages. It was all the cars getting to the parking garages and taking the time to work that through. So that looks like it's unsticking now. How's our trash doing? It's doing fine for the time being. We will need to get a recycling center in not super long. How profitable are we? We are extremely profitable. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead. We are going to need to get the recycling center so that our trash doesn't slowly pile up and then we, collapse. The cemetery is doing great because we built the crematorium, which is here some. Oh, this is the crematorium. The cemetery is doing fine because the crematorium is slowly processing everybody who is passing away. Oh, right. We still have medical needs. That's right. Let's look at our medical. And that's regular medical, not this stuff. So we've got our little clinic, and our little clinic's been doing fine. But if we look at it, it's got more vehicles in use than it technically has. Like we're perpetually having all ambulances on deck. So we're going to need to get past that. And that was because we had the very small clinic. Alright, so you're 20,000. Eastern European one is surprising. It's not much more. It's kind of in the same price range, I think, but I get 9 ambulances out of it. So I do think we are moving up to...
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the
Wait.
remain at a safe distance until emergency services.
I said Eastern European one. That's not the one I wanted. Okay. Eastern European. There we go. Now I can go here, offices. So increased our expenses a bit, but we got ourselves a far more significant or medical building. That should help a lot. And they're complaining about housing, they're complaining about lack of jobs. I could probably do... You've got, like, one style of Japanese houses followed by the other style. I'm noticing I'm putting these rows too far apart. I'm used to the other one where if you see the... like, they'll take up the whole space. And they're not doing that. Like, we look at this one, they're only going about that far. Like, this area is not being used out here. That's fine. A lot of it'll change as we start shifting into higher density housing. Put a park between them. Oh yeah, no, there's options of stuff I can do. Oh, we can go here. Put down a mosaic on this one. I'm gonna go up to this. Take away the zoning on that side. Okay. And this is gonna end up being a problem what I'm doing after a little while. Because by just doing these like slices out here again and again, I'm boxing in a lot of areas that it's gonna be a problem eventually. Cul-de-sac. Okay, and this one's are gonna go back to medium density, mixed zoning. But we'll see about what style. We had the promenade already. We had the thing. Let's do the Japan mixed housing. Oh, but before we do that... clean that up. Okay, we're getting pretty close to using up all the space on our tiles. Yeah, no, I'm noticing that more and more. And this was the, yeah, this is the Japanese low-density housing. For some reason, this area is all cursed with how it's set up. Let's see, Japan, low-density housing. Okay, we cleaned that spot up, and you're good. But yeah, so definitely need to clean that up. That's partly just not knowing the different packs and all that. Even then, it doesn't look bad having, like, little groups of trees in between. When you're in more rural areas, they'll tend to do that, have, like, these little, like, green belt easement areas between there. Now, you wouldn't have it like this, where I've got, like, a house here, and then a little green belt, and then this giant building. Hey, look! Fire. What's going on here that nothing's been built? It's zoned. Yeah, it's just because the map, they've added so many trees, the way the game works, it's just burning down everything. Ooh, a lot of those just upgraded. Yeah, so we're at household level 2. Everybody's poor in our town. And this is still warning that there's not enough customers. Oh, this is also Japanese low-density housing. Low-key, I've made, like, all this back row here. I've made all of this Japanese housing, whereas I've got a mix of a whole bunch of different ones. We got, like, the promenades. We got some UK housing. We've got some Dutch area down here. But then it's like Japan controls, like, a fourth of the area, so far as the architecture. And our little tiny block of Eastern European. Yeah, so it looks like all our traffic is settled now that the parking has been there. We're right about to level up our town again, which will unlock new things. One of the things I'm waiting on is I need money. I think we want to get the university built here relatively soon. I just gotta figure out where I'm shoving it, because it's gonna be a bit of a pain traffic-wise. Okay. Did that say the small... Ooh, we got another one complaining about not enough customers. Okay, so it's saying the smog is unbearable. Ah, yeah, we're making so much money. And our taxes are almost nearly exactly where they should be. Yeah, when we get more land, I think one of the things we're going to do is we're going to start building some of these industries so we're not importing everything. Busy town. Cool. So we have our progress panel. So we got the Gusto Gelato, the Le Coudier d'Argent, which is an award-winning gourmet restaurant offering a diverse influences such as extensive wine list. Patrons can indulge in the exquisite dishes and enjoying their meal in a luxurious ambience. The Canopy Cafe, an urban escape for the modern chic, and nature's tranquil to create a unique coffee experience accompanied by a selection of specialty beverages enjoyed while relaxing. Alright, and that unlocked gated communities. This increases the well-beings of its residents and reduces crime in the area. Fun fact, that's not actually really true. Big part of why that's true is most crime happens, like burglary and assault and all that, it happens by people you know. Your friends and family are the most likely to rob you. I'm not sure that was actually a fun fact. I feel like it was a fact, but fun might not have been the correct word. It's a true fact. It is a fact. But fun's probably not the word we're looking for. Okay, so we already recognize I'm probably going to need the recycling center. If we go for the industrial waste processing, that could be very good. We could also get the geological landforms one. But yeah, no, most crime in real life falls into two categories as far as your, like, volume of crime. And that's crime of opportunity, which is someone never planned to commit the crime, but the opportunity came up and they went for it. So that's, you know, the person who leaves their laptop in, like, the dash of their car or whatever. The person didn't wake up that morning with the intention of stealing a laptop, but you put the laptop in the view and they had that moment of temptation, and then your window went pop and your laptop disappeared. And so that's a big reason why to, like, you know, lock your doors, all that kind of stuff. It prevents those crimes entirely because the opportunity isn't there, then nothing ever happens. And the other ones, like, a lot of, again, burglaries, assaults, all those kind of things. The prominent instigators of it is people you know and people within your own community. So the whole idea behind gated communities, you know, the calls from inside the house. The person most likely to rob you in your own community is one of your, like, usually it's like the neighbor's kid. Again, I mentioned earlier having the importance of third places because bored people do dumb things. You end up being the victim of the crime of opportunity because you're right there. Okay, so we got $1 million. What did we unlock? We got the recycling center. And we have both the regular one and the Japanese recycling center, of which it seems like the only difference is the regular recycling center can be upgraded and the Japanese one cannot. And that's just mechanics. We did get more university stuff and all that. I think the priority here is we can handle our current stuff for a while. Oh, right, we got a bunch of fancy buildings that we can add. So we've got another restaurant. So let's try to divvy this out a little bit. So we're going to tuck the restaurant in over here. I'm still keeping this, like, one, like, oversaturated street of businesses. Well, they didn't mean to rob your neighbor's house. This gated community is just really boring, you know? Well, no, it is genuinely a thing that I've mentioned a couple of times, that the leading causes for, like, again, these like petty crimes or whatever, and drug use is boredom. That, like, you're bored, you do something dumb. But it is one of those things. It's one of the importance that why people advocate for third spaces so much. Is those third spaces just absolutely cut down on crime so very much. And you know, plus they give kids stuff to do, which is really good on that part. Alright, so we're definitely going to want a college. Oh yeah, no, you're good rolling. Yeah. Alright, so it seems like most of the colleges are pretty similar. Okay, let's get back to the colleges. So secondary school... Ooh. Is UK secondary school in line with, like, high school? Or is that, like, college level? This reads like it's college level. But it's in the high school area. It's high school? Okay, good to know. Because, like, the costs were in line with high school, but the description looked like college, and I'm like, I really don't know. So we've got community colleges. We got another high school in there. We got the French Community College. So apparently the French Community College does not contribute noise pollution, but the Chinese Community College, has medium noise pollution. Whereas the Chinese high school has low noise pollution. I don't know what's going on with the Chinese Community College, but apparently they party hardy. And we got the Japanese and Eastern European one. Oh, that's just an auditorium. I was like, man, why is that one so much quieter and smaller? Look. Yes, they're all like 10,000 for that. Right, and this one can be upgraded a lot, so it starts smaller, but you can shove a bunch of extra things on it. Okay, and we want the college level right now. So the French college is 1,500 students at 55. Is that 1,500?
We interrupt this program to bring you a special.
Ooh, that's terrible compared to the other
Fire and
ones.
Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
I wish there was an easier way to sort by, like, the tier of education. Yeah, so the modern community college here kind of sucks. 40,000 for 5,000 students. I mean, I guess it'd be if you have, like, much lower density. Versus the French college is rough. Sure, let's get the Japanese one. Why not? Okay, so where are we fitting the college in? The college shouldn't be too bad. The secondary schools don't really exist in hierarchy more in the UK? Gotcha. Yeah, I know there's like some countries where the education system, I wouldn't say like complex is not the word I would use. They have just a different system where instead of just going from one to the next, there's like, you go one and then there's kind of a split where you're going to like trade schools versus this kind of stuff that it happens earlier than we have in the US, because in the US it's usually you finish out high school and then you might get into an apprenticeship, or you might go to university, or you might go to college, or whatever. But I do know there's places that, like, that would happen at kind of the equivalent of high school. I am going to regret this so much in the long run. But it's what I'm going to do for now. I'm going to go ahead and pop back here. put a roundabout here. Do the mosaic pattern. This will be like the university road kind of thing. Yeah, this is already... Oh, it's because I didn't upgrade to add the bike lanes on it. We'll get that. Alright, so... We're going to go back here. Oh, you know what? I bet we are probably wildly under-equipped on our elementary schools. We'll need to get that sorted. Okay. Alright, and what we're going to do here is we got a bunch of this road stuff to do. No zoning on this set of roads here. He's going to put the college over there. That's all fine. We're going to put the cul-de-sacs on the corners there and there. Okay, so let's grab the Japanese college. One second, I got this road slightly cattywampus, so it does not like it. Also, before I forget, bike lane, bike lane. We'll need to grab the mixed zoning. And this is the Japanese style mixed zoning. Because when it seems like the cul-de-sac specifically gets screwed up by the... Okay, and let's get back to bike lanes all around. But the, all those kind of secondary schools here, to be honest, anything between primary school exiting after 4 to 6 years, and before professional education, apprentice, vocational, college, university, etc. People in the UK do their GCE, GCSE somewhere, and probably neither in primary school nor university. I have some of those concepts I understood. As you did a little digging, could those red Japanese potato chips be umami flavored? Or flavored? Were they kind of sour? It's made from plums that are red. I mean, them's are red. I don't know if they're plums. I wouldn't call it sour. But you might be right. To me, it tastes very floral. Okay, so you have the EE office, an office inspired by Eastern European architecture. It's very brick and concrete. That's fine. Right, so we got the... Oh, it's definitely not raspberry. It is very, very not raspberry. I know the flavor of raspberry. Okay, so we have an office building. Ooh. I love how it is, it's an office building, but it's like, I reduce crime because I'm just a concrete slab. Cherry? It's not cherry. It isn't a flavor that you see commonly in the US, whatever it is. Like I said, it's got a picture. And, I mean, they look like wet balls of pinkish red that I couldn't tell you what they are. Okay, so we did get our university, or college, sorry. Our college built. Let's go over here. And I'm going to put parking right next to it. Sorry, hold it up once more. Sure. Tomb said she did like a Google search on the words or whatever. And that it said it was a plum. And I was just like, okay, it's just not a style of plum that we have here, typically. Is what would be my guess. It's a pori or something? Your guess is as good as mine. It's good whatever it is. It's a bit odd, like when you first get it's like, this is very floral. Hang on. But it's good. Like I'm not unhappy with it.
Interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Okay, and let's just get these. Yeah, I know one of the tools I had messed with on this as well the last time I played. Instead of doing it this like where I place the road, and I go, okay, now I want to add the bike lanes. Okay, now I want to add the trees. When you place the road, like here, you'd have like a whole extra 2 or 3 lines of stuff here. It's like, what upgrades, perks, whatever you want to, you know, do, you could just choose there. So when you place the road, it had all the stuff on it. I'm definitely missing that mod right now, because I have to like circle back then and, you know, obviously like I'm making my place very bike friendly and all that. And all this. When we get public transportation, this will be a place to put like some type of subway stop. Now, in Florida, you can't really have a subway because you want to see what the sea level is. It's there. There's no down to go to. That's the ocean. You want to see how high the land builds up? That is reasonably accurate to Florida. Granted, the coast wouldn't look quite like that, but you get the idea. Florida is an exceptionally flat state. You get to kind of in the middle, and you have like the highest elevations are like 100-ish from sea level. Like I think it's Orange County, which is where like, you know, Central Florida, like center of the state. I think it's only like 20 or 30 feet above sea level. It's not much, whatever it is. You know what, umami flavored chips? We do like umami. Yeah, and like I said, it's not bad. It's a little floral tasting to me, and that, you know, maybe that seems odd, but that's fine. Alright, so we've got the college back here, and the reason why this is going to be a problem is while we could bring the cars in here, what's going on here? So you're all backed up there, you're all trying to get here. None of you are moving. Okay, so we're back to just the pedestrians are blocking the cars both directions, which is causing grief. That should settle down as construction settles, but we'll see how it is. I definitely feel like we need to figure out a way to move these pedestrians in a different way. Because right now it's just these crosswalks that are getting blocked. Thank you, Oxygen Note 2, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, and that is half a year. I do appreciate that as well. So thank you. So trying to think of the best way to deal with this. So let's look at our options under here. So I could add lights to this intersection. Because them just sitting there... It didn't seem to do anything. I definitely don't see lights. It did weirdly change the intersection to be larger to block this, but there's no lights there, and no traffic patterns are changing at all. So we got rid of that crosswalk, which that should make it so they stop crossing here soon. There will already be people who queued up their pathing. But I'm hoping, while that should still back up over here and over there, there are so many people walking this route. There are so many people walking this route. We need to find a way to deal with this. That is a shocking number of people walking along here. Hey, Dr. Dynastic, how's it going? Alright, well, we'll let that run for a little while, see if they get all unstuck. And how's the college doing? Okay, parking is not filling up. Things are pretty good. Revisiting City Skylines 2 after a very long time of not playing it. Doing a Florida-themed map. It's designed to be themed after Tampa. It's got a different name, but this is basically what would be Tampa Bay. Is City Skylines 2 pretty much fixed? I have not run into any obvious, like, simulation shenanigans, bugs, crashes, anything like that. So I would definitely say, like, it is in a pretty good place now, because, like, the problems I'm running into aren't gameplay balance engine problems. They are the problems you're supposed to run into, where, like, your town grows and you go, how the expletive am I supposed to deal with the volume of people? As this needs to be resolved. This flow of human life needs to be resolved. He does a roof tear away from the ballpark in this city too? Maybe. I'm also thinking we somehow need to import the City of Tampa flag. Because for those who have not seen the City of Tampa flag, oh boy, is it an experience. City of Tampa flag. I will share this because this is one thing I really enjoy sharing. Because the City of Tampa flag, and while it's very designed by committee in the most extreme of ways, oh come on, give me an actual image that's not horrifically tiny. I just want a big picture of it. That'll do. Okay. Here is the City of Tampa flag right there. So very oh, I clicked off, my apologies. There you go. Yeah, so this is the City of Tampa flag. It is a wild thing. And to be fair, the reason it is set up like this is they're trying to, like, pay homage to a lot of different things, like a bunch of the founding people that went there, a bunch of the indigenous people that were there, and a whole bunch of things. So it is definitely one of those things that they were trying to, like, give everyone representation in the flag, but, like, it is definitely chaos. So it's, like, vaguely trapezoidal. It's not a normal flag. It's got, like, this weird cutoff on the end here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely one of those things that's like, okay, the reason you did it was for a good reason. It was for a good reason. But also, you kinda needed to stop and go, okay, is there a way to more cohesively put these ideas together? Yeah, it was basically like scope creep the flag. But it is an infamously busy flag. So we're getting backed up here. I think we're still, so like the traffic jam was way back here, and this is getting resolved gradually. And it seems like it's slowly working its way there. That's probably just with the expansion here. That is one thing when you're playing Cities Skylines. When you've built an area, you kind of just need to let it cook for like 10, 15, 20 minutes as your traffic sorts itself out, as, you know, people like all move in, and so traffic all goes away, or you build a parking garage and everyone scurries over to the parking garage suddenly. And then once the simulations run for like 15, 20 minutes, you go, okay, is my traffic still a problem? Where is it a problem? Because what needs to happen is right now I've got this one bottleneck pipeline. We are going to need an alternate to get around there. And honestly, if I think about it, I could take this road and upgrade it for a higher capacity, and then maybe have it branch over to the, probably like here, so not right at the college, to give like effectively a back route to reach the college itself, bypassing all this residential and commercial. I think I've talked myself into that. Let's go ahead and get that going, because we're definitely killing it back there. So we got a cul-de-sac there to, or not cul-de-sac, a roundabout there. Before we do the roundabout up there, let's grab your medium road, get to upgrading. Okay. So it's gonna need to happen. That's gonna break things for a minute. So grab you, shove you there. Hold, please. Oh, because it goes right up to the water's edge, it's a problem? Okay, so we can fix this. Get rid of that road, don't follow that path. We'll want to grab you. Okay, and now I can grab you again, and it's costing me like 4,000 bucks each time I move it. That's fine. Alright, so with that we've got that hooked up. So then the plan will be to put another roundabout over here. Okay, now I can clean up all these roads and do stuff with them to make them nice. So go here. No zoning on that road. That's all fine for the moment. Let's add our bike lanes. And now we're adding trees to the side to make it a little bit nicer. Okay, so we've given ourselves a secondary route to the college, so that the vehicles just trying to get to the college can just follow the main road the whole way through and get back. We do look like we have a traffic backup here now. Yeah, so we're starting to get the growing pains of the city. We're going to need some kind of public transportation. To move lots of people that don't involve cars. Okay. Got more buildings getting upgrades. They're getting up to level 3. Still being marked as poor. But we're getting there. What is the student attendance? We're barely using about 5% of the capacity of our college. I do want to build a university as well, because the more we start moving up our level of education, the higher income we can start getting, the more a bunch of these start to upgrade. Yeah, we've gotta get a alternate route through here. Yeah, this intersection here is what's killing us right now. So let's see what we can do to try and improve this. We're gonna start by just doing the easy thing. I'm just gonna upgrade that road, because that'll improve your throughput a little bit. Bike lanes. And I think, I know it, like, I'm trying to avoid doing it, but I think we need to upgrade this whole big road going out here. To help with a lot of the flow of everything. Because it's right now, it's a gravel road that's very heavily developed. I know that's going to break a lot of things, though, and I've been holding off. Does this game have a first-person camera? It looks nuts, the game, compared to... the game does have a follow mode. So I can grab a random person, like, right here. Devin Cork. How you doing, Devin Cork? So we can follow Devin Cork around as they walk by the various businesses around town and all that stuff. Oh, you said first-person mode. I actually don't know about first-person. It does look way better? Yeah, no, it's definitely... Like, for all the problems the game had on release, it definitely is well educated and unemployed. Yeah, we are having employment issues in our town. Sorry, all you normally zoned places, it had to happen. But a long time coming, but this this one thoroughfare is just really struggling here. So I'm going to give it dedicated bike lanes and everything we can, try and convince people that driving their cars through here is not the right decision. We're going to pretty it up with trees and all that. Oh no, absolutely. Because it is one of those things I do try to, like, when we circle back to a game that maybe didn't have the most success. So you are zoned as low density UK terraced housing. Alright, let's go ahead and grab that. But I do try and, like, circle back to games that, like, we've had games we've played that, like, oh man, the game came out and it's like, it's really in a bad place and all that. And most of them, that's kind of the end of it, because quite often the developers, when a game doesn't find that early success, just straight up drop it like it's hot and move on. See Kerbal Space Program 2. But every once in a while you'll get ones that they come back around to. Okay, so let's look for the promenade buildings. Get that zoned. Okay, so we did upgrade this main thoroughfare. That should help a bit. We still have pedestrian problems, though. Let's see, what do you think about the UI and the font used for this game? You have a really hard time with them? Yeah, I mean, the font they're using is... It's not a dyslexia-friendly font, and if you want to know how you can kind of tell that here, is if we look at our P and our D here, you can literally just rotate the D to become the P. Anytime you can just rotate or mirror, like, flip a character, that's definitely something that, like, that's a sign of not being dyslexia-friendly. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes into that. The font, for me, is fine. It's not particularly awful. Are there pedestrian bridges? Yes, and I was trying to put one here earlier. And let me actually put back this crosswalk. I was trying to put one up here earlier, and let me show you what we got going on with that. So I can go over here, pedestrian bridge, and we can go... So like 30 I can go over, but it takes me forever to make a walkway. 15 is not enough clearance. 18 is enough clearance. So this is the lowest I can go over here. You went down a rabbit hole a while back. You remember you played kerning with serifs and all that sting somehow. Yeah, nuts. It's tricky. Making, like, doing dyslexia-friendly fonts is like a whole art. So we need to go to 18 as the height we need to go. So stop trying to give me a weird shape. So we got to get up to this height. So to make a bridge, I got to go this far. Cut across. Well, now you're just letting me make a ramp down? This whole time I've been trying to do that, and you were just throwing a fit about it. Because it's like, why can't I just make stairs? You know, in real life, what they'll do is they'll put stairs and then sometimes an elevator in there with it. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Because that's what I want, is I just want to make a pedestrian walkway to go over, like, do the grid over here. And I remember doing that all the time in, say, Skylines 1, is having, like, the intersection, you'd have, like, the four-way walkway underneath it with ramps going down. Because you just had to do that for your major intersections once you kind of got into the city center. Or you had to have other means of getting around it. Yeah, under's the same thing. I have to go under... $18.75. But the same kind of thing, I'm gonna go way up here to make the slope not too steep, and then make the walkway over there, which isn't the end of the world, but it is a little bit of a problem. I could put it like way back here, but then it'll like delete 2 or 3 whole buildings. That's kind of the problem I'm running into, is how do I set this up where I don't have to put this like ridiculous setup that goes on for days. Because if I can get the pedestrians to stop walking across here, the cars can just keep going and not have to constantly stop for them. Now what I could do... Okay. Oh, I have built a lot of bike parking. Okay, snap. But you get the idea behind the madness I'm doing right now. Is it's going to be like this weird thing here. It's not going to come up on this side, but which should give me routes to... get this all set up. Okay. Alright, now let's try going back here and see how this works. If I've done something productive or just wasted my time. So you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, and you're gone. We do have the crosswalks farther back up here. Is Totally not used to seeing the elevation in feet? Yeah. So what should happen is we should soon stop seeing people crossing by... What the heck am I looking at here? Yeah, so the car should zip through here way faster. And we do have people crossing here who will block the traffic, but at least that's not right in the intersection. And then also, actually, I probably don't even need that. I don't need that. What am I talking about? We don't need this. Like, they're crossing here and almost no one there, so it's fine. But I do have, like, the underground area. Nice part about pitch and grade is it's just unitless. Yeah, no, I did see that there was a like a mod, and I don't have it. There was a mod for like these pedestrian bridges and all that stuff. That they would have a stairwell on the end, because you have that in real life where you'll have like the pedestrian bridge that goes over here and just has a stairwell that goes like, you know, spiral staircase down, so it doesn't, you know, need these ridiculous ramps or whatever. And granted, the ramps would be wheelchair friendly, but I don't know about you, but I don't want to go on a multi-mile hike in a wheelchair. I think there's a saying to do meters if you want. Yeah, you can do meters if you want. You know, even here in the U.S., we'll have stairwells in the areas, because one of those things, like, there are places that you realistically aren't going to be able to reach on crutches or a wheelchair, that they'll just be like, yeah, there's just a stairwell on there, like where you're like on area way up the highway or whatever. This is the next one that probably is going to need to be upgraded. That one I'm dreading. You're not dealing with a lot of pedestrians here. There's not none, but there's not many. Yeah. Alright, so you have to deal with a lot of commercial code? Yeah. Yeah, no, the stair and elevator way definitely works. The big challenge there just boils down to the whole elevator aspect of it. Like, someone's got to maintain those elevators, and that's... Elevators are not a small undertaking. A ramp's not a big deal, but elevator, there's a lot of maintenance and testing and all that they have to keep doing to keep up the certifications and all that, and that could be a whole thing. Yeah, so it looks like the traffic is starting to come down. We got people coming in and U-turning, which bothers me. You're not gonna come into my town, get out of my town.
emergency broadcast to all citizens. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Okay. We'll go ahead and put some French mixed zoning back here, because we can still use some more commercial and housing. And then back in that corner, we'll do some German mixed zoning. Okay. We're getting pretty close to the point that we're going to need to buy ourselves another tile. That we're getting a little cramped in the space we've got. The other thing I need to figure out is I've got this train, and it could be definitely helping to alleviate this if I connected it to anything. Did I unlock the train that's under here, right? Oh, I haven't unlocked any train stuff, so I can't do anything with that. Are those blinking, things bulldozers compared to your trash? Yes. They're trash with the, was it the, not the pilot light, the, oh, what is it called? It's a signal light to let others know, like, you're in the area. They use them on farm equipment, on, like, harvesters and all that, to turn on the beacon light. Yeah, it's the beacon light. To turn on the beacon light to be like, hey, you know, person who's going to be emptying out this harvester, get your butt up here, we're getting full up. Yeah, we don't have any right now, but if you have the wood cutting, the lumbering, you'll actually see, like, the tree cutters go out and they'll cut down trees and all that as well. Okay, so medium density housing we're basically good on for right now. One thing we can do is expand into industry. I believe one of these UI things here. So water pollution. We do have a lot of water pollution over in our industry area. Noise pollution. Shocker, the noise pollution around the industry area is awful. We have ground pollution. Again, shocker, the industry area's got that. Air pollution is honestly not that bad, again, just around our industry area. Workplace availability. We have a lot of, like, really low quality work over here by the industry area. We actually got, you know, some good work over here. Housing wealth. It's mostly moderate with the occasional high wealth housing, but a lot of it's pretty low end. People are absolutely loving my town. The population here. Yeah, the population going from young to old is leaning old. There are about as many senior citizens as there are children and teens. The adults are the majority of it, but they're leaning on the older side of adult. Natural resources, that's what I was looking for. Oh, you're sitting on ore. Yeah, so you're sitting on ore. We've got lots of land fertility over here. Really good land fertility. That's devoid of resources. We got lumber everywhere. We've got ore over here on that area. I wanted to say there was oil as well. Yeah, there's oil here, but it's right along those coasts. Yeah, the unemployment's high. That's the reason I think what I want to do is once we do our next expansion, I want to find a direction we can go after an industrial resource. To get an industrial resource up and running. We've got company profitability. Generally speaking, company profitability is okay to a little good. Land value is... it's moderate. It's not good, it's not bad, it's moderate. We are building up a lot of our land value thanks to our mixed zoning everywhere. That helps with your land values. Building levels are generally bad. The offices are fine, the industry's over there. We've got commercial mixed in all over the place. Residential is the bulk of our place. You end up placing it out of service because they use doorbell switches. Yes, doorbell switches and little bits of wood in the door frames. Oh man, I had a neighbor. Like, we weren't in a particularly wealthy area, but we had like one like really wealthy neighbor who had like a heart-shaped lake in front of their house when I was growing up. And they eventually put an elevator in their home. And yeah, that guy always was like, that was a mistake. Like, you know, they were getting up there in years and they got the elevator being like, yeah, now we can get between the floors. Like, this thing was not worth, you know, any of this. It cost a fortune to put in. It's constant maintenance. Like, all of this is terrible. We have a really large amount of tourism right around our bar district and all that, which is pretty good. Because if you look at this, it's all bars and such. Yeah, no, we've seen all that stuff. Okay, so leisure, we see some problems. So we can make some massive improvements in leisure. I've got pockets down here who don't have anything. I've got this whole area by the college has no leisure in it. We should get that sorted out. Telecom-wise, we've got some people way over here who have no network signal to speak of. Mail-wise, kind of the same. Way back here is pretty rough. Bicycle routes is mostly good. The big problem we have with the bicycles right here is on the main highways and industrial area, because I've actually told them to discourage bicycles in the industrial park, because don't do that to poor bicyclists. We've got lots and lots of taxis bringing in tourists. Education-wise, so elementary school education, we actually are hitting capacity on that, which is pretty good. There's a range issue, but high school were bad. High school were really, really bad. So we need to get another high school. Administration, sure. Crime is fine. We don't have any helicopters. Fire is doing great. Trash is fine. Medical is okay to good. Water, we're in great shape. Power. Oh, did I miss a comment? Yeah, we got lots of bike parking. Like, if we look at our bike parking, it's mostly... So for those who didn't see as we were building this city up, I've got the high school here. The elementary school is somewhere... I think the elementary school is like right along here as well. Oh yes, the elementary school's... So the elementary school's here, the high school's there. And then this is all bike parking you see blinking along here. And these are all bars and restaurants and all that. It's like this whole like bar pub crawl area with parking and all that. So you got tons and tons of that. This game's so good you can put down bike racks. Yeah, so we can literally, if we look down there, it's the little bars that you can put that there. Is this better than the first game? I would say where we're at now, if you are not counting mods, I would say we've reached the point that this has probably overtaken the first game. When you come into consideration of mods, the modding scene is not as strong for this game as it is the other one. So it is one of those things that, like, there is an answer, but there's a nuance. Yeah, and so for bike traffic, the purple means we have a ridiculous number of bikes. The yellow is a moderate, and then if you see less than that, it's less than that. So we have a lot of bike traffic coming along this pipeline and along our bar thing. Yeah, the bike scene isn't strong yet. Did they do a drive cable or something else? I'm sorry, I'm missing what that's even referring to. Yeah, so we're doing okay with a bunch of that. And then where we're looking here for our power, we are like right on the fence of what we can handle for power. And then traffic flow, we do have traffic problems along this main trunk that goes out to the college, and then like right here by the high school. And then parking is bad. Because of how many people I have coming here, I need more parking. I have no idea what, like, any of that. Like, it didn't get into repairs. Just that it was a thing that they had to constantly get repairs for the elevator. And resert it and all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So it looks like we need parking here. And I've already forgot. Oh, and the power was, like, right on the fence. So I do actually have solar power available. I need to build it. So it's 1.5 million. And it produces 200 megawatts at peak. So that's really good. And getting that, and its maintenance is 150,000 per month. Whereas even building these, which are only 7,000 each, but they only produce 0 to 6. And so they've been holding up. Now, one of the things we can run into with this is I believe at 200 megawatts, we are going to hit the point that our power lines can't facilitate that. So I think we're going to go with just slap down another one of these. And I'll do that until we start reaching the point of capacity where I'm going to need a transformer. So that'll help with our power. And we still need more parking in this area. Is there enough room that I could sneak a little road back here and just put a big old parking lot in this area? Somewhere we can sneak... Okay, you're just a small business wedged in between parking. So unfortunately, sir... something imminent domain. We're gonna go back here and parking. We got all sorts of wild shapes and sizes and all that we can handle. Why are you trying to lock there? There's no road there. There you go. So we shoved more parking back here. The solar could work if you sell off after extra? Yes. If we do the solar, I'm going to want to hook up the power on there. The thing that's going to happen is I need the big power pole. And the reason I need the big power pole is to handle the volume of power. So what I would do is have the big power pole, and then we would need a transformer to kind of downstage it to apply it to the city. Which we definitely can do. They've added more parking here. That should help. But it'll take a minute to sort that out. We also have parking demand all along here. Oh, you probably have parking demand by these offices too. Oh, right, the parks. We didn't have leisure. I forgot about that. So we need leisure stuff up here. Because they got like this, they got a little area down here that needs a bit more, a little over there. But this whole area is suffering. There's They're going to put a heritage windmill, because I want to say there's Dutch housing down here. Alright, we're putting a playground in there, so that facilitates all that. And now I need to find places to put stuff up here. Yes, interestingly enough, if it didn't require road access, I could wedge these back here. Please tell me it's better after the update. I have been having a lot of fun and no real issues. That said, I haven't played since it dropped in early access. I know that's a waste of money on how I'm putting those, but just a bunch of little central parks. Well, not really central park, but just a bunch of little parks wedged in there. But yeah, no, it's been very good. I haven't run into any performance issues. I haven't seen any like really glaring like simulation problems. They're like super scuff or whatever. So you're all good there. Yeah, so it's just on the end of this long road. I probably just need to give up a spot. Well, it's not filled in, so we can just shove a park in here and not have to worry too much. We'll put a park cafe. There we go. But yeah, no, it's been good. And run day problems, everything's running good. Oh, I need to change my districts.
This program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Because originally I planned on developing more up there, but as our residential demands grew, I've just been consuming all of the space over here. Okay, and you're all fine there. That's our office area. Okay, so we're making really, really good money. What's up? Visually, it's improved. Economically, still has issues. What kind of issues, out of curiosity, Sheep? Because, like, so far, most of the issues I'm running into economy-wise are things I expect to be running into based on the city, the way I've developed it. We still don't have a university, so we're not getting university-level education happening here. So I am running into pains because of that. I'm not having high enough educated people. But it's nothing that, like, I'm struggling for the city to run. You regret buying this game because you need the DLC? So I do have a lot of the DLC. I wouldn't say I'm using much of it. Like, the waterfront housing here is the DLC, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not using a lot of the water-based stuff. Alright, so I think we want to talk ports and bridges. Yeah, I have the ports and bridges. Like I said, that's mostly this stuff here. If I lost that, I would honestly be pretty indifferent about it. The stuff there hasn't really done anything for me one or the other. It's cool, like, I like the better bridges and all that, but I haven't used any of it. So it definitely doesn't feel like you need it, but it is one of those things there. Is the magic hours a thing in real life? The most recent updates do look great, yeah. Yeah, they've definitely been doing really good on the updates. What is this housing back here I built? Ah, the German medium density housing. Yeah, that reminds me of Coln. No harbor trading or so? Yeah, we haven't gotten out there yet. Alright, so we're about at the point I should have enough money to make the university happen, right? No, we're very close. So we can make different kinds of university. You can have just a straight up university. It doesn't really do anything special within itself. Or you can go to like the technical university and all that stuff. Or like the medical university. You've also got these other universities that have their pros and cons. Oh, hey. The Netherlands University costs nothing compared to the other ones. So the modern university, the Netherlands is way cheaper. Are you still building in the 9 first house? Yes, I have not expanded out there. I've been mentioning that we're getting to that point where I'm going to need to do an expansion. Should not build on that route. I also shouldn't have houses zoned on that spot either. Okay, let's grab this. Actually, I'll make a straight shot. We're going to move it out here. What's ultimately going to be is probably a university road and all that. Meanwhile, let's go to our upgrade stuff here. And as I mentioned, I should not have businesses on this part. This is just kind of a thoroughfare there. And we want to avoid having people stop on this to turn in and out of places. We're already dealing with enough traffic as it is. Alright, so let's go back to education. We can get the Netherlands-style university, which... oh, we should have... that. Then before we go there... bike lanes, bike lanes, bike lanes. Trees, 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 trees. Alright. Mermaid's Tea Lounge. Villa Antica. So that's a neoclassical building. And we now have the availability of high-density housing. Right, we still need more high school. Right. I forgot. We were going to do that earlier, and then I got distracted. So let's get our high school sorted out. Didn't we have one of the high school? It was like the Northeast U.S. high school had like a giant bonus to like well-being and recreation is just big. So that gives us a little bit more capacity. We can add a wing extension. And that should have us in good shape. Let's go ahead and go to the other high school and add the wing extension there. Gotcha. So if I add a community pool to the elementary school, it takes a bunch of space. But I can add a taller building on the side to give you more capacity. Can you make European-style cities in this game? Yes. So the base game 2 default templates is European or North American. And they have free, like, mod packs that the devs make. They're like the official mod packs. And those official mod packs also add, like, Japan, Eastern European, and a whole bunch of other ones. Okay, so you are summer season recreation. Okay, cool. And this is nowhere near, like, strategically the right decision what I'm doing here, putting, like, this one row of all these places. I'm just putting all these unique restaurants on this road over there. Put you among the universities. Okay, let's grab our tech. So we've got 8 points to work with. So we've got the train that I'm not utilizing in any way. We should try and see about getting a train, a subway, or something of that nature going. Because we're starting to run into traffic problems on our city, and we're very soon going to be expanding, and the more I have to expand, the more those are going to escalate. That's a crime scene. Okay. The problem we're running into is traffic on this main drag here. What's the hold up here? Why is no one going? Oh, that's the wrong way. The traffic not going up, it's traffic going out. And it appears it's concerned about this side. And I think it's because this one goes all the way over here with no other connections. Now, I could bridge these to come down here to split up the traffic a little bit. It's not the best way of doing it, but right now we kind of do just need to split up that traffic. Okay, so now I need to clean up those roads. And those are for transit, so we won't worry about that. Yeah, it took a bunch of stuff off there. What are you complaining about? Oh, you'll sort your zoning out in a minute. Get bike lanes on these. Put the trees over here. And what's your housing? You are Japanese low density housing, so we can go ahead and go to that. So, Japanese low density. Unzone that building. And you are courtyard style Japanese low density. Wait, was it Japanese? No, Chinese. Yep, so we're cleaning all that out of there. Alright, so we made effectively another route here. Probably, while there's a gap there, let's just go ahead and connect it over here as well. Remove the zoning on there. Bike lanes. Trees. And you are French mixed housing.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special
Okay.
bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Now, one thing we could ultimately potentially do is if we increase the capacity of some of these roads, is I could have this be an in-road, one-way out road kind of thing. So that we have basically more lanes to go this way, less points of conflict. It does increase the commutes for a bunch of areas and all that. Yeah, because I changed it, they're all flipping around and doing stuff. A big part was I think a lot of them reaching these parks now is also getting in the way. Yeah, likely this will need to be built up. The sheer volume of pedestrians we have moving around this town is mind-boggling. Okay, we got public transportation unlocked as well. We got a couple of things. Because I do have a train connection here that I can take advantage of. which is definitely worth considering. We've got the tram. And we've got the subway. So the subway could help a lot. That's right, we need a subway yard for the subway trains to go back to get serviced or whatever. And yeah, I think the stops would be one stop over here, just like broadly in this area to service the college and the university. We would want probably another stop down here, just to be like a central location up here. Definitely have a stop over by the high school and all that. A stop by like this bar district, industrial. So it could be like the whole big loop like that. It could also be multiple paths, like one that goes like this, one that goes like that. Have to go, well, we definitely need to make sure some get past the residential to the businesses. But yeah, we definitely need to get the subway to get cars off the road to give us capacity. Okay, extra cars, extra through tracks, maintenance hall terminal, we don't care about that. So let's look at our subway stuff, and subways are not cheap to set up as I recall. Small underground subway station, subway yard. Okay. Small underground subway requires subway tracks. Oh, literally it's like you have to build a subway track. There, I built a subway track. Okay. So small overground subway station, small overground subway station, underground subway station, modern metro station, it's a modern metro, modern underground. What's the difference here? Okay, that's an overground thing, and that's the underground one. Okay. So like I said, I think the plan's going to be, we're going to plunk one down over here. And that'll be for servicing the university. And we probably need to have it like just in the residential area, have like a stop or two. I put those parks there, which is making sure I have no room. Well, we can draw the people from over here down to this area. So we can have you right there to service all this area. And that'll bring them down here. I definitely don't want to put it right on the main way in and have people crossing there. So that'll take them from the university down through here. Put one over here. You know, put a stop up here in the business area. Okay. So, that gives us 5 stops where the route basically kind of snakes down this way, comes through here, then comes back up this way. The only place I probably should have a connection I don't is the industrial park. I'm not even sure where I'd fit it, though. Because that stop there... Okay, that's fine. Right, so let's go ahead. Double subway track. There we go. Why are you not snapping like I want you to? Oh, I see. I'm not set deep enough. Okay, let's try that again. Let's start up here. Well, actually, so here's where we bring everything in. So let's bring this around. It feels like you'd be pumping half the lake out. Yeah, no, in real life in Florida, this is not really an option. I want you to actually turn. Grab you, put you this one. There we go. Okay, so we've got our maintenance hookup. Oh, you're not actually connected, apparently. Oh, I see what's happened here. There we go. Alright. Let's get back down here again. And we got you connected. So the next stop is over there. Okay, and the next stop is way over there. And then we got one way up there. Okay. So then we'll probably just have it ping pong back and forth because the residential is the middle part, and so residents are either going to be going there or there. They're probably not going to go otherwise. Okay, we're just grabbing our stops on the way out. I may have just done it the wrong path the whole way up. Okay. Right side. Because all of them were trying to crisscross. We definitely don't want them crisscrossing at every rail station. Okay. Alright, I believe that's a completed route, right? Okay, so we can unpause. So let's go here to our UI where we can watch... Actually, I think it's down here. We got the subway route. So we currently have 2 trains going on the subway route. Now, it does feel like would probably ultimately want to have a different route over here, maybe, that goes to pick up this main drag of residential over here. Yeah, because of all these ones over here, we'd probably want to go here, bridge these together, just dump a route up here somewhere, and have the route that goes over that way as well. But we'll see. It's going to take a minute for all the people to like start cycling onto it and all that. So we can go ahead and leave that to run for a while. And see how that helps with our traffic. So then the next question comes in. We need to... Right, we're also hitting the limits on our police department from the looks of it. Yeah, so we're not hitting capacity. But I do think it's a matter of traffic. That our police officers, because of traffic, aren't able to get where they're needed in time. Okay. So let's see what we've got here. We can reduce our power consumption. Yeah, we don't really want to do that. The recycling stuff... Right, we gotta get the recycling stuff. How full is our landfill? Halfway full. So we're definitely reaching the point where I do need to set up recycling. The recycling center is 800,000, so we're gonna need to wait on that to come in. Because if we don't catch up on that, that'll eventually get away from us. There are so many vehicles coming through here now. Alright, so we're running into the problem now where we are increasing our population and the only way to get in and out of town right now is this highway. We need to not have that be the case. So ideally what I think I'd like to do is get this train that we've got here, find a place that it can meet up with the subway, which might be over here. There's also the industry side where if we can get the train over here, we can use it for cargo as well. The downside is, I mean, so one thing we can actually do is I can get rid of that connection. We could just make a new connection from the edge of the map. So I could have the train come in from here, have one route for the train just drop off right here, and that just serves the universities and all that. So all the out-of-state students. And then we could also have it, like, again, branch off somewhere, like go underground, come over here, and then come up along the industrial area for shipping. I mean, honestly, for the industry, we could probably have it come in right here, have the train stop here, and, you know, they could let this all off here, and then have basically a straight walkway over. Like, have, like, an underground walkway that goes straight into this area. That honestly is standing out more and more as a probability. Yep, literally have the train just drop off on this gravel road and just have, like, an underground walkway straight to this area. We got our subway connection down there.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Looks like traffic's actually starting to alleviate here. But I think what's partially happening where the traffic's becoming a problem is something will improve and you'll have a chain of like upgrade buildings and all the people moving in and out. And then it'll settle back down. Like you got some more that just upgraded over here and one down there that's upgrading. But they're getting there. So you kind of just have to like wait and let it cook for a minute. While that's happening, let's check on our subway again. So we're still not getting heavy utilization yet. Okay. So I got 2 vehicles assigned to the route. And not that many passengers waiting for transit. We are charging $8 for the ticket, which might be the big limiting factor here. Let's cut that price down, because we're only utilizing 3% of the line. So I'm going with the ideas that we cut the cut thing there. Any plans of checking out the... Yeah, no, I did. We already did 2 streams of the Oxygen Not Included Aquatic DLC. Yeah, so I've cut the price in half because we do have a lot of low-income people, so we might be pricing people out of the subway. Honestly, for the traffic thing, we're going to make it a fairly minimal price. And we'll let that cook. And we're waiting on our money to get the recycling center online. So let's check in on how we're doing on our stats in the city. Let's see, Oxygen Not Included is wild. You just had to make some room for a fairly room-sized air filter to get all the chlorine and CO2 out of your dining room. Love the game as an engineer. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, we've done Oxygen Not Included a lot on the channel. Alright, that's all fine, that's all fine, that's all our pollution. Workplace availability. Yeah, so the thing is we need more highly educated... There's almost no open workplace jobs in the area. That's where I need to expand to the east and start getting that done. The average household wealth in our town now is wealthy. With the average income being just a little bit under $1,700 a month, the average rent being about $56 a month, the average building upkeep being about $80 a month. Could you imagine the upkeep of your rental property being cheaper? Or sorry, being the more expensive of the two things? That literally maintaining the property is more expensive than rent. The available average resource cost is very high. The average fees paid is also very high. Generally, the biggest negative we have is unemployment. Is the biggest thing people are upset about.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
That wildfire is actually a problem. So, we have our really tiny fire department with its single fire engine On the opposite side of town. Where is your fire engine now? Oh good, you're on the scene. Where are you going? What are you doing? You're not done. Okay. I do feel like our one fire engine there might genuinely ever so slightly be overwhelmed. Okay, we've got the city fire department, which has 6 engines for 12,000. You're honestly probably my best bang for the buck. Okay, everyone, get out there. Yeah, we had a wildfire show up, and you can see it's still burning over there. And we don't have anything dealing with it. And we have lost the university. Disaster response units are unavailable. This building was destroyed by a disaster. There might be trapped survivors in the building, but there's no disaster response building. Build a disaster response building. Response upgrade to a fire station to rescue them. What? There's no upgrades for this building. What about the one down here? Okay, let's try looking here. I believe if we, more garage, more garage. Let's see. Fire rescue building. I'm a little confused. So those aren't the ones that give me the thing to recover stuff. There's the firefighting helicopter, urban stuff there. Let me check our unlocks. Yeah, none of these talk about the fire, like the rescue side of it. That's what I'm trying to find right now. It mentions an upgrade to your fire department, but neither of my fire departments seem to have, like this one literally has no upgrades available. And same with this one. And this is just your standard city one. So I'm surprised it doesn't have it. And that's disaster control here. But like I said, none of these are around rescue. They're around detection and hiding. I'm trying to see if any of these mention. This one's got a bunch of words around it. So let's go ahead and hide all that and show just the base game ones. Ah, so the fire station has a disaster response unit. These ones don't. So what that means is that building will have to be replaced. And there'll be no rescue. Okay, well, they saved the high school from burning down. We did lose the university. This house right next to the fire upgraded. Okay, so yeah, so it basically says eventually this building will clear itself out, at which point I'll have the option to rebuild it at, like, I don't believe it's the full price. And I did build the fire tower. Okay, I forgot what we're doing when we noticed the entire thing was a raging tire fire over there. Right, we were saving up money for the recycling center because we are slowly filling up on trash. So if we don't get the recycling center built, we will eventually be up to our eyeballs in trash, which is not certainly what we have. Another wildfire getting over here by our industrial park. Okay, so fire trucks should be showing up here to deal with the fires. That fire truck. Time to grow. Like I said, we're saving up right now for the recycling center. I do need to grow, though. But the recycling center needs to happen first, and I believe that was 800,000. 880,000.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Yep. Yeah, no, the fire's eating a lot, unfortunately, because all the fire trucks were on the other side of town still. Like, they're getting here, but not very fast. Sir? Just parking in the way, it's like, dude. Like, in real life, when you have the fire trucks going on, they don't just sit in traffic. Your cars start moving over to the side to get out of the way as best they can, so the fire truck can at least make some kind of progress. But, they don't do that in this game. They'll just sit there and be like, fire truck can wait its turn. Look, man, happy hour only runs from 5 to 7. The whole industrial park's going down, man. Yeah, no, we're gonna end up... Oh, no. Well, honestly, in all my time playing City Skylines 1 or 2, I've never had a fire, like a forest fire, cause me any kind of grief. Let alone we're being hit on 2 fronts and my poor fire department cannot handle it. That's why we have a happy day instead of happy hour. Yeah. Yep. Alright, well, the industrial park is a complete loss. We're going to have a significant reduction in population, I suspect. Oh yeah, no, this isn't a problem. Like, if you played City Skyline 1 with disasters and you've seen the tsunami, this looks like you're back on RimWorld, not cities. Yeah, no, if you ever played, like, the City Skylines 1 with the tsunami, it is just like a, hey, here's your city, we have just, you know, skimmed off the surface of it. And there's stuff you can do to protect yourself from the tsunamis, but, like, the tsunami's just clean slate. Hey, could you not block all the fire trucks in? Are people happy with this fire? They're fine. What's a little burning down a large percentage of the town? I cannot have the rescue team yet. It's not available. I have to rank up the town more. So there's going to be a lot of unfortunateness. Hey, fire truck, just turn around, man. It's right behind you. I mean, the original SimCity 2000 had like the big mech that would land in there, like the big like alien thing that land in there and start doing everything. Not the bar district. Alright, we cannot let this stand. The bar district's too important. I'm trying to think of where I want to put this one. Here. What do you mean overlapping? There's nothing on this side. Just do your best, man. You, how's rescuing that foundation? Why do I see blinking red lights literally everywhere? Hurry, we can still save the bars. This is us 100% being punished for having our traffic not sorted. They keep deploying to the back of the fire, which is the problem. It's like, nah, man, you gotta head it off. Don't worry about what's burned behind. Worry about what's burning ahead. Get ahead of it. You stop it, and then you push back as much as you can. Oh, let's get into the low-density housing next. Well, what do you mean the happiness is going down? The actual thing they're unhappy about is high crime risk, which is because practically all the unemployment dropped out. Oh no, you weren't wrong. It's like, oh, there's fire. Yeah, no, this is interesting. To be fair, this is a modded map, so normally base game City Skylines does not have the number of trees that this one does. And I've made the comment a number of times that one of the things I do is I go in and put a ton of trees in, because to me, when you're playing City Skylines, you have areas like this where there's not really any trees. It just looks like plastic to me. So you put lots of trees and rocks and all that to break up the terrain to make it look nice. But this is the consequence of that. There's a lot of things to burn. Where are you going? You're driving past the fire, to go look for other. I mean, okay, you're going to the bar district. That's very important. Never mind. Carry on. These are just houses. We gotta save the bar. All of these bars need to be saved. Okay. They're getting nothing done with hardly any of this. Well. It's gonna be rough in this town for a minute.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
I like this, like, it's in the nearby forest. Don't worry. The whole western half of town is burned down, the industrial park's gone, and it's hit, like, the north end of the bar district. They do have a lot of the fire trucks over here now. It does seem like the fire is just blasting through, and I'm not actually seeing them get any of the fire knocked out. Like, this whole area is blinking red lights, and they're getting to their destinations. I'm just not seeing anything happen so far as actually the fires being put out. I imagine the reality... Oh, good. Citizen happiness has increased. We're doing good. The citizenry says they are happier than they've ever been about what's going on right now. I really don't know what's happening with the fire engines at this moment. I mean, they're saving a bunch of the buildings in here. If they could just get on the front end of the fire. Like, you kind of wish you could, like, put the... Was it SimCity 2000 where you could put, like, a little pin and they'd be like, this is where I want the fire, like, the emergency people deployed? So you could kind of do that, where you could, like, put the people over here and be like, stop the fire here. Hey, Williamson, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I do really appreciate that. So much been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. I like that people are complaining in real time as they're burning. I love with our improved homes look. I know, our homes look so much better. Don't worry, chat. The fires will meet each other and it'll be resolved. Oh, hey. They stopped the fire on this end. This front of the fire has been defeated. It's our new open concept city. They're brightly lit and the neighbors are gone. Yeah, like, we've got 3 fire trucks worth of fire trucks down, or 3 fire departments worth of fire trucks down here. They're doing their best. It's not good enough. And where people commented on the hearses, the unfortunate reality in this game is, even if the building is destroyed by burning down, you still have to process all the bodies. So, our crematorium and the graveyard will be real busy for a while. It looks like the fire is slowing down its spread, though, because it does look like they're managing to get a lot of these fires put out now before they have a chance to spread too much. It's still getting around because it's going through the trees and I don't have helicopters, which I could unlock the helicopters with the points if we get them. But it does seem like they are starting to get the fire contained. They're just trying to save the high school and the steakhouse.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to
save the donut shop. they had a donut ad there before. They have saved the steakhouse for now. Not the coffee. Unfortunately, the coffee did not survive. That was the espresso on the go. It did not make it. They did... Oh, wait, is it on fire again? Oh, no, it's a tree behind the steakhouse. Okay, they did manage to finally get ahead of this fire, so it's no longer spreading over here. So we're just down to this last little area of residential back here, after which point we are going to be closing one of those fire departments. I'll keep the one extra one I opened. Okay, so I have the one up here. Where was the other one we built? Because I built one up here. Yeah, the one over by the college. I'm getting rid of that one because that one's just going to get stuck in traffic in the future. So what's going to happen, and the YouTube stream is having issues. I do apologize if that's the case. Everything looks like it's fine on my end. Like nothing's reporting dropped frames or anything like that. It looks like it's running butterly smooth on my preview where I get to see my own stuff going on. So it could be a connection between you and YouTube. I mean, unless you're like having... I mean, actually, I don't know what would be going on there. It's skipping all the time, reloading. That could be a problem on the YouTube end. Like I said, the connection stuff that I have on my side is showing it's good. So I do apologize that's happening, but there's nothing I can do on my end to help with it. So the thing we don't know is how long is it going to take before we get the option to rebuild this building? Yeah, it says it will clear out the building by itself eventually. It doesn't give us an idea on how long that's going to happen. In the meantime, we have the crematorium. It's got all of its hearses are out doing what they can. There's no upgrades I could do to like add more capacity to it. We do also have the graveyard. The graveyard is about to fill up. I can't imagine why. Surprisingly, we did actually manage to save... Was it all the schools? Where's the elementary school? No, the elementary school did not make it. That was down here. We did save both the high school, and we did save the college. The university did get burned down. We did lose the elementary school. You got grabbed. It was the Think of the Children. I could probably get that one removed. We had for a while people were posting like coming in here to cause problems. So you're like, you're good. I forgot that was even on the list.
Are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires. And
go see if I can.
Until emergency services
if I can remember where that was. I think it's in here. Edit the word list. I don't see it in there. Ah, there it is. There, and it's off the list. Yeah, you're good. It was going a ways back. There was I will simply say, something going on political that people were jumping into channels and like really pushing the like think of the children, think of the children, think of the children, like, and it was dog whistle bull crap to be like hateful to people. So I just put it on the list. It's not been a thing since like 2024, so I just yoinked it back off. What's the verdict of this game? You heard nothing but bad things compared to the first one you enjoyed. So when City Skylines 2 first dropped, it had a lot of problems. Like a lot of problems. Like genuinely, it was one of the games that I had played them. Like I cannot recommend it. It has gone a long time and a long update since then. I would say the state the game is now, I would have no problem recommending it. Now, which one's better, the second or the first one? I kind of leave that as a lot of the stuff going on in this game right now. I would definitely say the game, the game is in a much better state. It's got a lot of quality of life that was lacking from the first one that I do feel like really help it. So I would say if you're going to run mod free, just like, you know, say Skylines 1 versus 2, I would argue that 2 is now in the place where I'd probably recommend it over 1 if you're talking complete lack of mods. If you're going to be modding, then that becomes a different argument because of just how many mods came out for, say, Skylines 1, and this is not caught up. As you figured it was more recent, like justifying surveillance, censorship. Yeah, that's not why I brought it up. That's like not where it came. It was unfortunately people being very transphobic. Was the reason, like, there was a lot of that going around. It was the think of the children BS that I put on the censorship. There's certain arguments that when they come up, you kind of instantly lose me so far as considering your argument valid, and that's think of the children, bad for business. Because historically, those have been almost always used to just not have a valid like, you can have stuff that it is bad for business, and there is arguments to be made for not having the policy or for having the policy or whatever. But when someone just says bad for business, and that's where they end it, that usually tells me, like, bad for business was used against basic labor laws. Bad for business was the argument given for, like, not having children workers, and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of times when I hear those arguments, because of historically who has used them, I kind of dismiss them. Now again, that doesn't mean whatever the argument there, the rest of the argument is invalid or whatever. So what's going to end up happening here is because we had like this big die-off because of fire, the game is going to have a while that it's going to have to run to like get things settled. The funny thing is, even though half the city was burned down, I'm still profitable. Not as profitable, like we're missing a 0 on our profit, but still. Let's see, think of the children as universally assigned, you can't justify your cause. It's likely something problematic for people. Right, exactly. Let's see, bad for business, we can't take advantage for unprotected people. Right, well that's the thing, like, not being able to exploit people is bad for business. Bad for business within itself, for me, isn't a valid argument. You can sit there and say, this is bad for business because it undermines the consumer's capability of purchasing products. Sure, that's actually a problem. That happens to be bad for business.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
Dude, increasing areas of forest
I mean,
engulfed by flames.
There's the fires out there. I don't know what you want me to do about it.
Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Your 4th generation union? Yeah, no, my grandfather on my dad's side was a union mining person. I don't well, my mom's side, the guy ran his own business, so that wasn't really important about it. It always was things that I found weird, that my father was broadly negative around unionization. It was one of those things I always found weird, is like, dude, you're broadly negative on unionization, and you were absolutely someone who benefited from unionization. Like, you want to know how your dad owned the house they owned? Because he was in a union. Like, you would not have the opportunities that allowed you to be in the position you are if they hadn't been in unions. That makes sense, actually, because those who benefit from don't usually have an idea of what the union's labor and liberal price fought for. Yeah. Well, definitely, like, you look historically at the situation, it's not only in the US, but it's just that's the one I'm more familiar with, about how horrific the labor situations were here before, like, the big push for unionization and all that kind of happened. Like, workplace injuries, workplace conditions, like, just really scummy things about getting you kind of trapped in companies you couldn't get out of. And we're not even, like, getting into, like, the modern thing where you just don't make enough money. We're talking, like, deliberately kind of doing the company town of shipping you out into the middle of nowhere, being like, okay, well, that's only housing available. It belongs to the company, but don't worry, you know, you can live there, and you're just going to be underwater for the rest of your life and have no way of crawling your way out. By the way, you have to buy stuff at the company store because it's the only store here. We're not even going to pay you cash. We're going to pay you scrit. And so it's like literally be giving monopoly money you can only use locally. And yeah, it was a whole thing. Your U.S. leadership, we're not really big fans of your Danish engineer union. Unjustified. Cost saving doesn't count. Firing here is so expensive, it's basically not worth it. Yeah. Let's see, one study you did was with the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire. Absolutely horrific. Managers locked workers in so they didn't take breaks, and then it caught fire, and then the managers left. Yeah, and that wasn't even the one-time thing. Like, there was a number of disasters that happened where, like, again, you're talking about, like, managers locking people into the workroom to keep them working and that kind of stuff. And yeah, like, that was just the way things operated back then. I feel like very normal for members who have benefited from organized labor via their parents being very anti-union because of the Vogue. Well, yeah, no, it's definitely like public sentiment went against unions, and a lot of it was politically motivated messaging where people had an agenda and all that kind of stuff, you know, business things. I am noticing some of these ruins are starting to come up. I'm waiting to see this one clear up, or at least have the rebuild option. But we are starting to see some of these clear up as the population stabilizes. But it is one of those things that, like, prior to that, you had people who came out of the Great Depression, or people with the Great Depression. You had, like, again, these really exploitive, awful things that they either firsthand had experienced or knew people who had. But you go, like, one or two times removed, and you're like, why do I have to go through all this bureaucracy? Why do I have to do all this stuff? Why do I have to follow all this regulation? Why do I have to do all these things? And because they haven't experienced the problems themselves, they don't seem as real or tangible. But so you don't need unions at all if every job required contracts, but otherwise, well, I mean, sure, but a lot of what makes a lot of the contracts and all that work is because of, you know, collective bargaining. That's the word. My brain was saying collective labor. Collective bargaining. That's how you fight for higher wages and all that kind of stuff, better benefits. Yes, we are seeing a bunch of these buildings pop in. What I'm waiting to see what happens is these buildings that I placed, not zoned. Now, the way City Skylines 1 worked is you get a rebuild option once, you know, the rescue vehicle is coming to check them. And the game even does say when I mouse over it, if no disaster response is available, the building will clear out eventually by itself. So I don't know what eventually is. We are on full speed fast forward, just letting things stabilize and all that. Now, if you make sure corporations aren't going to get absolute crap beat out of them in the case of employee abuse, the employee abuse will 100% happen. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. A lot of people or not a lot of people. A lot of times to get that level of success requires a great deal of dehumanization, where you feel like people deserve whatever you're doing to them, because how else would you feel so willing to exploit people so heavily? I think one of the most anti-union in policy during his presence anyways. Yeah, we usually try to specifically avoid saying individuals politicians, while I don't necessarily disagree with you. But yeah, we usually the way we have thank you for the follow. Usually the way I approach politics is not that we can't talk about it, but generally speaking, we won't mention specific political parties or politicians. And the only reason I have that rule usually is just the fact of what ultimately tends to happen. Is you tend to have the situation where as soon as a politician is named or a party is named, then people stop, thinking objectively, and they more get, like, it's the identity side of things, where people will, 1 second, sorry. My nose is tickling like I'm on the edge of sneezing, and it's just not happening, and it's frustrating. But people will be more like, you said the negative thing about the team I'm on kind of thing. And they'll stop discussing in good faith. Okay. It's just so inflammatory, it's hard to regulate emotions in those instances. Yeah, that's basically what happens, is people turn from discussing things objectively on merit or on principle or whatever, and they start discussing identity. And then it's more like, the people are like, my dad was a whatever with my dad, and their dad was a whatever, and their dad was a whatever, and I'm a whatever, and you're like, well, you're not talking at that point, pros and cons, merit or whatever of any type of policy. You're being more like, oh, that's the Dodgers and we're the, I don't know my sports teams. You're the Seminoles and we're the Gators, and therefore you're on the opposition and you're wrong, and you get that kind of mentality around it. And once you're there, you can't have a constructive discussion anymore. So yeah, so basically the thing is, like, it's not that we can't talk about it. We usually won't talk about, like, again, like, we won't mention specific political parties. We won't mention specific, like, individual politicians, because obviously the moment you drop those, you immediately go to the identity. And then when it comes to current events, we usually won't tackle specific laws or whatever. Sometimes that one gets blurry, because obviously, like, if some law is passing that is going to impact streaming or going to impact games, obviously we're not going to not talk about that. It is prevalent and pervent to whatever we're dealing with. But, like, if someone's talking about, like, oh, we're going to change this tax or whatever, kind of thing. Oh, speaking of games, RIP GameCube, so it's not surprising at all. For those who didn't see, the Valve has come out with their price for the Steam Cube thing. And it's $1,000-something bucks. Like, it's over $1,000 bucks. And I know there was a little bit of outcry being like, how could Valve do this? And it's like, well, look at the price of the hardware. That's, if you look at the hardware in that box and what it would cost you to build a computer on your own from it, it's honestly in that relative price range. Like, it's kind of in that general proximity. So it's like, okay, and it's just the unfortunate reality that thanks to generative AI, that's the price of RAM and video cards in that right now. And it sucks. There's not really another way to go around it. It sucks. It just straight up sucks. And yeah, it's like, by all means, be pissed off that it costs that much. At these companies, like the ones selling DRAM and only being willing to selling it to AI companies and the generative AI overinflation bubble and all that kind of stuff, and be pissed at that one, because that's screwing everything up. That bubble, when it bursts, it's gonna hurt so hard. Like, it's gonna take the economy with it. But, like, it's screwing everything. And yeah. Let's see. It's a little surprising that it's such a bad deal. The price you get for a PS5 spec, at double that price. Well, that's just, you're talking a whole different animal there. With the increase in price of random graphics cards, yeah, no, absolutely. People are angry that PC costs so much in 2026. Yeah, no, they should be. Because, like, all the prices are jacked up entirely because of the generative AI bubble eating up all the RAM and video cards. And that's been a thing that's been going on even before generative AI, whether it was NFTs or crypto or whatever. Like, it's the same pump and dumps kind of stuff going on of just bloating something up, getting all the investors all in a, frothing at the mouth, and then moving on to the next thing when the floor drops. But, you know, if you're the early ones who get in there, you can walk away with a boatload of money. Like, the tech buzzword thing has been a thing since, like, early in my dev career. Because we had, like, blockchain and crypto and NFTs. Machine learning was a weird one, because it's actually a valid and very useful technology, but it was overblown and shoved into everything, so it kind of was, like, halfway between super useful technology and the buzzword. Like, now it's in a much better place where they're not just buzzwording it everywhere. Like, it's doing good things. Well, being productive things, I guess good is relative. But, it's definitely one of those things that, like, they just move, like, you have the one shut down, they move on to the next one. You know it's gonna be a mess in everyone when the A-Bells, but, will feel pretty sweet too. Oh yeah, well that's kind of the thing. We're gonna be in for a mess when the AI bubble bops. That's just a reality. It's gonna be no different than, like, when the .com bubble burst, though it will be more severe because of just how much outside of reality we've hit with it. Now, all that saying, the longer it goes without bursting, the worse. So I do want it to burst, because we can't kind of start working to the other side of this problem and start fixing what's happened with it until the you know, the burst happens. Let's see, speaking of AI, you suppose you can't post a link here illustrating AI financials? The link will get suppressed. You can share it in the we have, I believe the channel's called Tech Talk on the Discord. And I definitely post stuff on there. I did see, so I've seen the one about, like, the finances around AI. One of the ones I found very interesting recently is there was a group who did, like, some really hard number crunching, and they gave, like, they wrote out their entire theory and what assumptions were made and how, you know, they see, like, which ones are justified and whatever. Is AI profitable site? I haven't visited that one. But, it was really cool seeing, like, all the numbers broken down, and it was kind of one of those ones that you saw, like, a couple of numbers that looked good at the beginning, and then everything was bad after that. That they were saying that the, based on what they were taking, like, objectively going across the entire platform of Steam, that they couldn't get the wish list, because that's not publicly available, but they could get the follows, which usually correlates very heavily with wish lists. And that for games that had a generative AI disclosure, the number of follows was down about 64%. Which is, oh boy, a big drop. And they did even do stuff like going, okay, well, let's take the outside, you know, 5% of, like, extreme ups and downs to make the average more thing. And they did, like, all sorts of stuff to test it different ways and be like, yeah, no, consistently, it's just bad. And they also can't look to see the number of sales. That's, again, they have to use a proxy measurement for that. But, and the proxy measurement they used for that was reviews that had purchased the product. And it was another one of those things that it was down, I think, was like 34% or something like that. But all in all, it was like, yeah, when you choose to have the generative AI disclosure, regardless of any belief on the quality of the game or anything, like, ignoring all that, because you can't really go in and see that from this type of stuff. Just the market response, the consumer response, is very hostile towards it. So just having that disclosure would dramatically reduce the number of people willing to give your game a shot. Or wishlist it or anything. So it's like, okay, regardless of how you feel about, like, does this help you move faster, make a better or lower quality product or anything else, like, the rest of that's irrelevant. We all are familiar with the saying, you know, the customer's always right. But the full quote is the customer's always right in matters of taste. And the taste when it comes to generative AI is broadly hostile. This is the one place where you're like, yeah, you know how you get misquoted, the customer's always right, by the boss in your retail job that, you know, the customer's not actually right in that case, and you just get pissed off about it? Here's where the actual quote applies. And solidly the customer is saying, no, I don't want this. Don't do this. Get this out of my face. Let's say, literally by the numbers, spend versus revenue, Nvidia is green, everything else is in the red, multiple companies being $200,000+ in red. Yeah, no, absolutely. Nvidia, like, NVIDIA's loved crypto and blockchain and NFTs and Gen AI and machine learning because all of it's running on their hardware. So like, man, we don't have to take a moral stance in any of this. You're just buying up our hardware. We could just charge more and more and more for it, and it's, you know, you're buying it. So like, we're just making gobs of cash. Okay, how is this doing? So this thing is still completely blocked up. Oh, hey, actually we got upgrades. Increases the amount of time which bodies are processed. There you go. And we'll go ahead and... Okay, so the hearses are not overloaded. You can store more. Okay. So we've increased the capacity of our cremation stuff. You're so glad you finished the quote. It bothers you when people don't. It changes the entire meaning. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. I actually haven't heard that one. So we bring up those every once in a while. Yeah, jack of all trades, master of none, but often better than master of one. Like we have, or like we'll bring up, you know, quotes that are used to mean the opposite. Like people say like, oh, they just need to pick themselves up back by their bootstraps. Right, that quote actually means doing something that is absurd to impossible, because if you think about the fact that your bootstraps are on your feet, and you try and pick yourselves up by them, you're on your butt, because you can't put your feet above your head and be standing. That's not how it works. Yeah, the blood is thicker than water. Oh, what is it? It was like... Because it's a coven one, where it's basically saying, you know, like, the family is not as important as, like, the people you bring into your life. And I'm blanking on that. Blood of the coven is thicker than the water of the womb. Right. Yeah. So there's just, like, a lot of those quotes that you get a partial one, and it completely changes its meaning, and it's used more heavily in the incomplete version that usually runs directly counter to its intended meaning. Or again, like I said, you have the ones where they'll give the whole quote, but they'll use it in a way that is like antithetical to what it normally is. Again, like the bootstraps one, meaning something that is, you know, absurd, you know, impossible to absurd. Okay, so things should start stabilizing. I'm seeing more and more that these buildings are getting filled in. I'm also seeing all like more and more of the hearse icons disappearing, so that they are catching up on that. So hopefully here pretty soon we'll get all of these handled. Yeah, like the hearses, we're no longer having all of them out there. The capacity is full, so the dead bodies are being processed. One thing I am going to do... I don't actually see the button to do this anymore. That's interesting. I remember there being a button here to be like, hey, empty this thing out. And I don't see that. Because what you'd do is you build the crematorium, your graveyard would start to fill up, and then you'd say, okay, start bringing these back out, and you could like slowly work on getting the bodies out of your graveyard and all that. Yeah, and I'm seeing more and more of these icons disappearing. We still haven't seen the university, and that's the one that worries me. I'm waiting to see any of the buildings that we paid for, because that's the thing. Zoning buildings, they'll just rezone them, they'll rebuild them, that's fine. Okay, and our profit is coming up more and more. Love to see it. That's all that. I'm waiting for our bars and all that to get rebuilt. Or to have the option. That's what I'm curious here. And this is something that happens in, say, Skylines, usually not to a wildfire. Usually it's to other things, like you'll have, you know, the tsunami from City Skylines 1 where it just comes across and destroys your place. All your zoned buildings will slowly rebuild themselves as the need rises. But stuff like this building, you get like a rebuild button down here. And if it was like a $1 million building, they might make you pay like $500,000. So it can be really rough. Wait, what was that? Oh, that's because it's right. That's... Yeah, this is technically a mod, but it is one of the Paradox official ones. Because the base game of City Skylines 2, if you don't get any of like the official mods or the asset packs, some of the buildings can get very samey, where you'll go down a street and you'd be like to give you an idea, these are the waterfront ones. So like same floor plan, same floor plan, same floor plan. You'll have like different things, like this one has a greenhouse, that one has patio back there. But you see, like, it's the same thing. Which, don't get me wrong, does happen in the real world. When you like look at like suburbs that get built here in the US, they'll usually have like 2 or 3 different floor plans, and you'll just see the same like 2 or 3 floor plans built again and again. But like where we have that one row that could be a development, it'll be your whole city will be that way. Like all of your low density population will look kind of the same. You know, with the only distinction being like European style or North American to give you a mix up. But then you get like the asset packs and all that, and you're good there. Yeah, I'm watching more and more of these disappear. We got a couple more hearse icons out here. Let's check out our traffic, because we should start seeing the traffic start to be a problem. Oh, and also we've got the yeah, we've got this going through. Yeah, I mean, the subway line is definitely getting people moved around pretty well. We definitely could get a lot more, because like right now it's the taxis that are doing the lion's share, moving things around. We gotta get a railway set up for this place. But we were waiting on the recycling, which hopefully... Oh! Okay, that's a problem. And check out the Ints doing some Tales of Seikyu. Does a lot of like your Words of Heart Chat. Does a lot of your like Stardew Valley, Coral Islands, those kind of games. So if you're looking for that, you can get that. So what's happened here is right. So that allows this stuff to be processed faster for 25,000. An actual building. So the problem we have right now, there it is we have reached capacity for the landfill. I'm going to try and increase its capacity. And this is the reason I was like, I need to get the recycling center. Okay. So it massively increased the landfill size to help out with that. But I really, really, really have got to get this recycling center. We're only about 100,000 off. But the idea is I get the recycling center up. It starts processing stuff, and over time we can start chipping away at the landfill to bring it back down. Yeah, because this is the processing speed. The processing speed slowly decreases the amount of trash in there. Yeah, so you can handle 107 or 110 tons per month. And then this thing has 166 or 1,662 tons in there. So the idea would be is if we start moving it off the recycling center, once this starts getting to head, they'll actually start depleting the landfill. And the idea would be eventually to get to the point where we don't use the landfill, we just recycle everything. Which we're nowhere near there yet. Yeah, we're making... Yeah, it just keeps going up. 300,000. I'm really worried about that not picking up yet. If we're lucky, because when do I get the milestones? Great town, small town. Where was I? What was I missing? Because I was trying to do that earlier. There was one of these. That gives the rescue stuff, and that's what I was trying to figure out. Yeah, so it's the fire station there, so that requires large village, progression node fire station. Right, so we need to get the fire station progression node. So let's make that a priority. So it's only 2 points. I have 1 point right now. If would have held off getting that fire tower, I could have gotten the fire station, and we could have sent the rescue helicopters. That just speeds this whole thing up. You just dug up a random infectious polluted oxygen vent in Oni? Fun. I'll need to do stuff to improve a lot of the stuff. I wonder how eventually this is. Okay. So I get about 80,000, then we get the recycling center done. Once we get the recycling center, I am going to move forward as if everything's just going to be fine. And we're going to move in to start building our industry, like our actual industry place over here. Because that should help a lot. Because that'll give our people a lot of jobs. We'll check on the resources here. It's which one? Not you. Yeah, production. Oh, like, our resource consumption has bottomed out. So we actually have stone. That's the biggest resource that people are bringing in. So that's kind of what we want to do. Is you look at these ones and go, what do we need? Okay, get that into production. That way I don't need to import as much. So that reduces the economic strain there. It gives a bunch of jobs to people, and then it can also become an export. Now, this is one of the things that does happen in City Skylines. When you take a big hit like this, you kind of just have to wait for it all to come together. You can like save scum to come back, but disasters happen in the game, and honestly, it can be pretty interesting. Like, we haven't run into it in City Skylines 2, but one of the classics I would always do in City Skyline 1 is there's a meteor strike as one of the disasters, and wherever the first meteor strike hit, I would not be allowed to, like, take that away, and we'd end up making, like, a little ring of walking paths around and all that, and, you know, it'd be Crater Park. So it'd be just the Crater Park with a little meteor crater as the middle part of it. You know, and we'd end up building parts of the city around it. Because that becomes kind of part of the city's history and all that. Because that ends up being way more interesting than where you have, like, just the flat ground. Just the same, like, when you have, like, the cracks in the ground from the earthquake. Sometimes that one you have to flatten out for a practicality reason. But, like, if it's not right through the middle of your city, sometimes I'd take that and, again, make, like, a little park around it or whatever, or have, like, the roads kind of go along it to make it, you know, just, again, another part of the character of the town. Later on, because when you've played the city long enough and you got, you know, peppered meteor strikes all over the place in, say, Skylines 1, you would be like, no, okay, we don't need more craters here. We're smoothing this one out and just building over it. Yeah, that's the first one to burn down, so in theory this should be the first one to come up to be ready. Now, one of the downsides is adding the recycling on there is just the fact that, like, it's going to be more trash vehicles on there. And right now, there's all of them come along this route here. That's stuff that we'll end up needing to do is, as the run goes on, you need to have different routes for your vehicles to go so they don't bottle up on individual areas. And then you want to try and get, like, your industrial traffic to not be on the same areas, like your services and all that, because, again, the industrial traffic just takes up so much volume of the road that if it blocks your fire trucks and your ambulances and your hearses and all that. Part of that is also distributing your stuff. Right now I have, like, all my trash processing is here. I have, you know, my medical is all there. We've started to get, like, I have emergency services up here and down there, so far as fire. Over time you want to get spread out as well, because if you can avoid having to have them cross your whole city, that's, again, more mitigated traffic. Public transportation's huge, trains, subways, all that. Buses help, but it's kind of not that much. The classic of, okay, you've taken, you know, 10 cars and you compact them to one car because it's a bus, and it's more than that. But, you know, it's not that much better. It's still an improvement worth doing. But a subway will do leagues better than a bus will. Okay, so we're right about to get this recycling center ready. And again, it looks like there's, like, a Japanese version and a normal version. And the only difference is the regular one mentions upgrades and the Japanese one does not. It might have them, but I'm just going to take the safe call because this is going to be pushing our budget and get the one that we know has the thing we want. And citizens' happiness keeps climbing. Love to see it. Oh, you're bigger than I remember. Okay, that's fine. They'll still be workable. Okay, and we are officially recycling. So we can go where we can get, like, the ability to process stuff at a faster speed, extra storage.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Okay. Oh, cool. That's perfect. So they've changed it so the recycling trucks will take it from the landfill. That didn't used to work that way. You had to go through, like, this whole big hassle. Like I said, it was a thing where you could tell them to empty the landfill or empty the graveyard, and then, you know, you kind of have them slowly bleed it in. But that's good, because what that should mean is over time we should start seeing the landfill go down. And then once it gets low enough, we'd probably cut that back. That's also good because one of the advantages the landfill has is it gets way more trucks than the recycling center. Actually, the recycling center, it is more, but not as much as it used to be. I thought this only had like 5 or 10, and then this thing had like 20. And that was the idea, is you could use the landfill as kind of a buffer. And then same with the graveyard, is you would have more hearses at the graveyard. Yeah, so the thing I'm not sure about here is this is full. The graveyard's full. There we go. So 8 a month. I see. Okay, so each month, 8 bodies will be processed, making room. That's fine. Okay, so we did get the recycling center built in there. We're continuing to bring more money in. Now, the downside is the recycling center is expensive to operate at a cost of $200,000 a month. So that's going to eat into our profits a great deal. But it did get us a step closer towards Big Town, which will get us more stuff unlocked. And I'm still kind of sitting here going, okay, but when do upgrade? Because we're still supposedly asking for low density housing. I'm also seeing no vehicles in use, despite this saying waiting for a hearse. And this place is completely empty. I'm not sure what's going on there. Oh, did our medical center survive? Yeah, it did. Okay. No, yeah, the industrial park is still waiting to rebuild. Yeah, so definitely the lesson learned here is in the future, make sure we get the fire station earlier in the run, because if I had the rescue stuff, it'd be handling all of this, getting it so I could just immediately start rebuilding. I'm trying to think if there's stuff I could build to, like, pop on a bunch of XP real fast.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. The fire and rescue service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Yeah, so each of those will give me a little bit of XP. Not that's enough to matter. They're relatively inexpensive too. They have like no upkeep. How much XP do I need? About 2,000. Yeah, about 2,000. And how much was building that giving me? It's probably like what, 5? Something terrible, I suspect. I am not building 200 of those right now. You get XP from a lot of things. Just like, honestly, the town continuing to run will continue to deal with itself. So that's at 17,025. I'm curious if we'll just see it, like, advance on its own. Yeah, so, like, there you go. A little bit of XP just because people got happy. Alright, well, what can we do in the meantime? So let's check. So happiness, what's going on here? So, for the happiness, unreliable main service is their primary complaint. That's because our mail service is slightly burned down. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do that. And bulldoze the building. Go to communication, mail. So at 125,000, I can rebuild the mail service. It'll just start to fix our services, to continue to build up happiness, to see if we can't get ourselves back in order. Why is your mail service so bad? It's medium rare. Well, that means it should be good. Now, one of your choices would be to just take a loan, and I haven't actually looked at how the loans are in this game. Imagine. Oh, I don't love that we're only barely profitable. Okay. I usually don't like taking loans, because that means you're dealing with interest, which gets in the way of stuff later. Okay, so I'll deal with the mail. We've lost the radio tower, so let's get rid of the radio tower. Okay, so let's see about happiness now. Unreliable mail service, that should take care of itself. The Heim crime rate is a big one. Unemployment, walking distance to an elementary school. That's because the elementary school is burned down as well. What is the cost of replacement elementary school? It's in our balance. So which elementary school is this? This is a community elementary school. So let's get rid of that. Go here. Where are you?
Interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Okay. And increase there. Alright. So that'll be another one going. I don't know what the hearts... What do the hearts just bursting out of the buildings even mean? Okay, so let's see what our happiness is at. So the happiness is climbing. Yep, so we're at the point where high crime is a problem, unemployment, and high taxes. And we're looking at our finances. We're now back to being particularly profitable because we are gradually seeing a bunch of these things improving. Education's going to go up and all that kind of stuff. We are going to want to pay off this loan. I'll have to wait. Because, like I said, it's going to be a thing that we're paying a chunk from it every so often. And each time I'm building one of these buildings, it's helping there as well. So I guess the next one would be the college. Would probably be the next thing to worry about. Yeah, and the elementary's going to have to catch up. Well, actually, the college is weirdly saying... Oh, no, it's the university that burned down. That's right. So it's the NL University. Yeah, so 350,000 for the university. But if we're lucky, we're getting pretty close to leveling up. We only have about 1,000 something XP to go. And if we level up real fast, then I can go ahead and get the thing that'll start sending the rescue fire out. The hearts means that the love and friendship of the school shall claim everyone who dares enroll. Well, the best thing is it's coming from the restaurant across the street from the school, not at the school itself. So they're definitely going to be doing their best to draw all the students into working in food and services. Alright, so we got less than 1,000 XP till we level up. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
I love you.
And I love you more.
Do you love me more than you love pizza?
I mean, pizza's pretty good.
Pizza's awesome.
Mm-hmm. I was saying to you, loving you more.
I love you more than I love pizza.
Yeah. Alright. You sleep well.
Hi, Groot's twin.
We're so close to being able to get that better fire station. I'm sure there's ways you could abuse this to just like skyrocket.
Emergency broadcast to all citizens.
Like, because it's based on happiness, I'm sure you could like turn off a building, have the happiness come on, turn on the building, have the happiness go up, that kind of thing.
Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Yeah, so high crime rate, unemployment, and taxes are the big things. This will be our unemployment, the burned down industrial park, that we'll have to deal with. The high crime rate should be improving as other things get sorted out. Like, as places of employment get rebuilt. Yeah, so we're already up to reliable mail services boost us up a lot. Okay. How are we doing now? Alright, less than 700, well, about 700 XP. And I'm seeing a bunch of these houses improve in quality. Man, it takes forever for this rebel to go away. Yeah, 'cause you're 350,000. Because we'll get the university online, and that should help. I'm just gonna take the bigger loan. It's fine. Boom. You're gone. What's a little bit more debt between friends? Oh, that wasn't enough. You know, no, that's not. Oh, that's the auditorium. There we go. University. Okay. So that means we have all grade levels represented again, and we are 70 XP away from leveling up the town, which then I'll have enough points to get the fire and rescue, which we're going to make sure to keep in the future. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably get rid of one of these fire departments, get the bigger one, add the fire and rescue kind of thing, or add the rescue thing, and, you know, in reality, over a year has gone by, everyone here is dead. You're not staying buried under rubble for multiple years after a horrible, horrible fires burn down half the city and be anything but dead. Only 20 XP to go. Oh, there we go. Alright. We got a bar. We got a art business building. We've got a supermarket. We've got a sports arena. We've got a hotel. We got a restaurant. We got a restaurant. Okay, we're not going to worry about that. What we are going to worry about is I want to go in here with our 10 points and learn our lesson and get our fire station and do that. And then before I spend any more points, let's pause the game. You are gone. And honestly, you are gone as well. And we're going to go... You're $2 million? What? The fire station is $2 million? Look, man. There's people who need rescue. I need you to not be $2 million. How much can I even borrow money-wise? This is not, we already built the university as 350. Okay. Disaster response building. And a helipad. Okay, well, I'm immediately going to go in here and say loans. Okay, can I spend points to, like, change our taxes? Because that was not something I should have spent money on. But, like, the city's kind of stuck until we do that. We'll unlock that for now. I got 6 more points. Get that. Get the welfare office. Get the boats. Just spending points now. Okay. So we're gonna go around and do rescue stuff. Honestly, at this stage, get this one out of here too. We are officially losing money. Well, what, did you hear that right? The university is about 1/6 the cost of the standard police precinct. No, we built a, like, fire and rescue fire station. So it's $2 million bucks, but we got a really little university. So it's not like they're full-blown, like, tech school or whatever. It's a smaller university. But yeah, now we're gonna have all the emergency vehicles going around. They are gonna start clearing up all these icons so they can become new buildings. And that should be good. Yeah, so you see, like, these icons are now vanishing. Well, at least we know we are in really good shape for the next fire. And we're, like, riding the fence of what we can afford. And we're on a deficit right now.
Broadcast to all citizens. The fire and rescue service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Okay, so what we need to do is we need to save some money. So I'm going to do, to help us out temporarily, we're going to turn off the recycling building. We have done a good job of knocking down the stored garbage. So by turning off the recycling building, that should lock us in a good way so far as our profitability. We're going to try and let the town grow for a little bit. What else did we get unlocked? The incinerator is something that we unlocked. We just got a bunch of the stuff there. Oh, community kindergarten. Oh, right, the welfare buildings. Right, and the welfare buildings boost a lot of health and all that stuff. But yeah, you get stuff like the welfare offices and all that kind of stuff, and it does really help your people and reduce your crime rates. Alright. So we should get all of this sorted out. We're seeing just one icon after the other disappear off here, because I only think it puts out like 5 or so vehicles to deal with that. Yes, they're rescuing, which also might increase our population, because game handwave, ignoring the fact it's been like a year since that fire raged through, we are managing to rescue people. But the reality is, this loan ain't getting paid off anytime soon. That was a $2 million something loan. But it's more than that. It's almost $3 million. But every 50,000 we can tick it down will reduce our interest rate slightly, which means we can catch up to paying enough more. You like the City Watchdog mod to turn off all the icons or reduce the stress if you don't see them? Yeah. No, there's definitely lots of good mods to deal with a bunch of that stuff. I don't have that many mods going on. It's mostly just asset stuff. Like, the only mod I had that was, like, functional was one where I could kind of map the pathing on the roads, and we haven't even used it this whole time. Like, it's a good mod, it's just usually those ones where you're dealing with, like, really high traffic. There are situations where you want to go in and say, like, this lane can only turn that way, this lane goes around. Like, that kind of thing. We just haven't had a need for it. Okay, we're starting to get our industrial park back up, which will help with the jobs. We're slightly on a deficit again this month. It's just what it's going to be. We'll be kind of bouncing back and forth as things stabilize. Okay. Alright, so unemployment is the primary concern, which, as we get these industrial buildings built up, that should start massively improving our wealth. Yeah, so it looks like our subway's doing good. Our subway is now moving 6,207 citizens per month. We can definitely do more than that. No tourists. That's the problem, is one of our subway stations is among the things that got burned. Which, interestingly, the subway vehicles are still going around. I think they're just skipping the stop. And that's the stop that services this whole bar district, which of course is mostly burned down. Yeah, because I remember say Skylines 1, what would happen is the disaster people would go and visit this, and then we would get a thing down here that say rebuild, and we'd have to pay partial costs to rebuild it.
The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Yeah, so we should become more and more profitable as time goes on, because the industry is one of my main sources of income. Like, if you look at the taxation here, you have commercial and industrial tend to be your higher ones. Right now, residential's up there because most of the industry's burned down. The offices you can get up to be pretty high if you have enough of them. Okay. You're out doing your thing? Yep. But yeah, so that loan's gonna be a big thing. So what I'm thinking I might do is I might end up pivoting back over to RimWorld for the rest of the stream, because where we're at right now in the game, I'm in the situation where pretty much what you're seeing right now, where I'm kind of fast forwarding for things to stabilize, is probably what we would be doing for the rest of the stream, because I did have to take on such a tremendous loan to start doing this. For those who missed what happened, because I didn't go and get any type of fire rescue, and because of the fact that this is a custom map with like very high density of trees, and I didn't have, you know, any fire helicopters or anything like that, we basically had wildfires coming from both sides, and it pretty much burned out this whole back area of the town and this area of the town. Because even though, like, I was also very short on fire department at the beginning, like I had it, but it was just not sufficient to keep up. That we basically did have the city got burned down in a really, really big way. Now, we are on the path to recovery. Like, literally, this town, we're square. It is going to recover. You know, we are on a money positive here at the moment. We are continuing to do this. I don't know if City Skylines pays off the balance each month a little, like, because I put this in, like, if a certain amount goes to principal and slowly takes it down. It doesn't look like it does. But, it is a thing that each month I'd be able to, like, sit there and, like, knock that down a little bit each and every month until the full thing's paid down. The city would continue to get improved, like, you know, as these buildings get filled in, which would help get the gap. So it'd just be each month they could pay off a little bit more loan than the previous month. And eventually, like, it all get done. Fire A has flashbacks to last RimWorld. No, that was a joke that when everything was on fire, it's like, wait, did we switch to RimWorld after that one went up in smoke? Yep. Yeah, we got a bunch of those fancy buildings. But yeah, no, definitely I would say, considering I haven't played this game really since its early access release, or not its early access, since it released. And where it first released, like, the simulation was in a bad place, it was crashy, the performance was awful. Like, it had tons and tons and tons and tons of issues. You know, to a point that back when it first dropped is like, would I recommend? It's like, no, I can't. Like, Virginia is like, no, I can't. Like, it's a wait. And honestly, at that point, I had very not great expectations with how long it was taking them to get everything fixed. Now I would say I actually would absolutely solidly recommend the game. Is it like a flawless game that's going to make you, like, you know, sun, moons, and stars? Probably not. But at this point, it does feel genuinely like it is a step forward from, you know, from, say, Skylines 1. You know, the mods aren't quite there, but, like, all the quality of life and all that kind of stuff is definitely way better than it was. There's obviously, like, DLC content that exists in, say, Skylines 1 that isn't quite here and all that. But it definitely feels like the game is in a properly good place now. And they do have a lot of mods. It just, they are on the Paradox mod thing, not on the thing. Yeah, you can do that. I didn't do much of that. The recycling center is where I did make, like, a fake retention pond kind of thing. And all that. Also, check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Absolutely someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of RimWorld, a lot of similar games that we've been playing and all that kind of stuff. Someone I highly recommended. You know, friend of the channel and all that stuff. But yeah, so I think what's going to happen is we'll probably end up switching, because like I said, it's just a thing of just waiting. And this is where you can actually get yourself in trouble in this game. So like you can see right now, I've got another wildfire approaching. If, for example, our fire stations can't handle this, and everything burns down a second time, that is how you get yourself into game over. Because now I've got a loan that I haven't paid off. So if I go down, I can be on a negative where I can't recover. It's one of the reasons I don't like taking loans in the game, because if you don't have any loans, it doesn't matter. If any houses get built up or anything, you can at least have a trickle of money coming in. There is a recovery. But the moment you have a debt you have to pay off, then you have a potential reoccurring cost that you can't escape. I don't care for this radio station at all. But yeah. So with that said, I think what we're going to do is we're going to save this one, and I'm going to go and call it Unincorporated. I forgot we never did name the town. On stream. That way if we decide to come back, because I very much have been enjoying it. For those who missed, this is a, this map is effectively Tampa Bay, Florida. That there was a mod artist that this would be like the Tampa Bay area. But they've made it where instead of having the highways and all that stuff, that's fine. Instead of having like all the highways and all that that go through the actual Tampa Bay area where you didn't have the city, instead this is like the historic version of the map where they had a gravel road and a train track here, and that was it, and you had to build up everything from that. And we never did buy an additional tile, which kind of gives you an idea. One of the mistakes I see a lot of new players do is the moment the game's like you can buy tiles, that they'll start buying more and more tiles of land. And on the normal difficulty, every time you buy a tile of land, like if I grab this tile of land, you'll notice it cost me 51,000 every month for this tile forever. There is an upkeep cost. So it is one of those things, yeah, like depending on the resources and all that, they'll have different costs on it. So depending on the resource, it'll be more expensive. So it's one of those things that when I buy this tile of land, I want this tile of land to be making me at least 60 or 70,000 a month, ideally a lot more, to justify me grabbing it. And as you probably noticed, it is a thing that for every tile I grab, it's gonna be more. So you see, like, that's 200,000 additional more. So by making my area 1/3 larger, I need to be making like a third more money kind of thing to continue to expand. There is an easy difficulty that doesn't have all that stuff. There is an easy difficulty if you just want to have chill build city game. Alright, so with that said, let me go ahead and get this closed and all that good stuff. What is going to happen if you're on the Discord side, or Discord side, if you're on the YouTube side, which is not Discord, what I'm going to ultimately do is take down the YouTube stream and then bring it back up as RimWorld. So you are going to get dropped by that. I do apologize. That's just yell at YouTube. They don't give us a really good way of like changing the category and starting a new video off it or whatever. So it is what it is. And so I'm going to do that on the YouTube side while RimWorld's booting up. So give me just a second. RimWorld is booting up right now. At least I think it is.